Hi, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back to another show. We're here
Live in Los Angeles. This is your host, Lord Hellespont V, live with you to talk watches. We're going to resume our review or our preview of the Sotheby's auction on November 9th, 2022, coming up in less than a month, in about 3 weeks in Geneva. This is part of our review. We did the Monaco Legend Group, which is a collaboration between Davide Parmigiani and Claude Cohen in, of all places, Monaco, of course. We have also gone through the two themed Christie's auctions, again in Geneva, on November 6th and 7th. Or was it 5th and 6th? My apologies. In either case, one was more general, presenting what are unique watches, very special watches, but without a particular heading. The other one, that was called Unique and Rare Watches, was actually presenting, for the most part, watches from Jean Todt's collection. And there were some very interesting pieces from F.P. Jean, very interesting pieces from Alain Gonzone, of course, perhaps more predictable pieces by Gérard Perregaux, which was the team sponsor for Scuderia Ferrari for a long while, Richard Mille, which has had that sort of association to motorsports, and has become more recently Scuderia Ferrari's team watch as well, and many other pieces across the years, through the decades, that he himself collected, that were gifted to him, and some very, very special presents by Michael Schumacher to Jean Todt, as if the 5 drivers and constructors championships were not a gift enough. Today we're going to continue with the Sotheby's important watches. I have barely started dipping into it, but before I move forward, I just want to make an important announcement. As you know, in the past few weeks, I have finally reached 1,000 followers on Instagram, and the YouTube channel also caught up. So that's also an achievement unlocked, and a celebration is in order in due time. Hopefully later this month, or perhaps next month, because that's my birthday. That's my birthday month. Let's put it like this. And since I'm a diva, I'm going to celebrate the entire month, of course, but we should have a proper date for it. I've set up a live stream, at least as a placeholder now, for November 18th, but no rush. We'll decide on something, and I want to have a proper celebration for the channel sometime maybe in the last week of October, before we go on to November as well. And I have a couple of ideas also for the channel to mark that occasion, for the little social media enterprise that I've been building to commemorate this achievement. I have a couple of ideas. I will continue to ask you. I will continue to survey you. If you have something in mind to help me celebrate, if you want me to have a particular kind of broadcast, or have a special location for the broadcast, tackle a special topic, dress up a certain way within limits of reason, of course. This is, for better or worse, not the Archie Luxury channel. So I want you to basically offer me a few pointers as to how I should be celebrating having achieved 1,000 subscribers, and in fact 1.1 and counting on Instagram, and 1.2 here on YouTube. So the minute the two connected and clicked, the minute I started posting the links on Instagram, it made all the difference. I was expecting that, but I was holding that in my pocket, in my back pocket, to celebrate, to give that extra push to me. Once I reached 1,000 on Instagram, I was gonna do this special push, and it got me here too. Look what it is. I wanna take a screen capture, and I'm gonna hang it here. As we have that, we have those sorts of habits. The first money we earn, we usually put up in the shop. So $1.99. My friend from the East Coast, New York City, the city, St. Peter, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are going down into the history books, and that is the first super chat of this channel. Can't believe it. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm gonna screen capture this, and ultimately I'm gonna hang it up behind me, right here probably, or maybe down here, so I have a proper memory of it. That's great. What a great start. Thank you so much, St. Peter. So we had started going through the Sotheby's auction that's coming up in Geneva in November 9th, mainly. As you know, a particular trend that we noticed in the auction circuit is how it started skewing over into modern watches, even contemporary watches, where a lot of these contemporary pieces that should otherwise be available, that are in production or that are only recently discontinued, make up the majority of the lots in a particular curation. And this is one of those auctions, which is not a good or bad thing. It is just something that we should note, that we should remark, and that we should think about again, why these pieces are not necessarily available through the usual channels, and how they end up selling at a certain kind of premium. And ultimately, I have to say, for some of those pieces, and I remember the Aquanaut, as a great example of that the forums were around year 2015, 2016, 2017. The Rolex forums, the Omega forums, any other listings that you can have online, pro site, Watch You Seek, whatever else, were full of watches for sale. Were full of listings for the Aquanaut that were right under retail, that were already listed right under retail. And all people did was basically to lowball these sellers who were trying to offload these watches. So nowadays, when the Aquanaut is selling at a premium, and in fact, at times 3 times as much as its retail value, we can't just blame the so-called middlemen. We can't just blame the auction houses. We can't just blame the flippers. We also have to take some responsibility, at least at the level of getting a little bit of insight into our own subconscious, right? As to how really we keep desiring collectively and even sheepishly some pieces that the mainstream starts pumping at us, right? Some pieces that we would have otherwise neglected, if not completely detested, start coming back to us just because everyone else likes them, just because they now trend on the market twice or three times market value. They keep coming back to us as something attractive, as something new. Oh my God. St. Peter, no worries. No worries. It's any contribution matters. I love Maldives. I love Maldives. I heart Maldives. That's 174 £0.99 sterling, and the message is just congratulations. It's something else. It's something else. So generous, so kind. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. And yes, we appreciate you, Maldives, and feel free to again send me an email, and if there's anything that I can help you with, whether it's a watch that you're considering, something that you want me to explore, I would be happy to do that. I like watches. £5 sterling. Congratulations on getting monetization. The content of late has been outstanding. So nice to see unusual watches being talked about on YouTube. I like watches. Thank you so much. There's going to be more of that. This initial round of super chats and everything else that comes in, whether it's through YouTube or through Patreon or through Cash App or through PayPal, at this point, I'm going to pour it directly back into the channel. And I'm going to make sure to get camera equipment so I can film properly. There's, speaking of unusual watches, one of the trips that I've been planning, but that I just couldn't find time to do, is the Passion Fine Jewelry trip. And they're in Solana Beach, as you know, not too far from where I am, in Southern California area, of course. And they specialize in independence. So that would be something great. I can, of course, still film with my iPhone, but if they allow me to actually film a little more professionally, I can have some more interesting content for you. And that's that's a roster that has Grönefeld, that has Habring 2, that has Kudoke, that has Lang und Heine, that has Marco Lang, that has Keaton Myrig, that has Romain Gauthier, that even has, if they have it in stock, Roger Smith, Sarpaneva, Speak Marin, Vianney Alter. So all these independent brands that we don't necessarily shine a light on in this YouTube space. And hopefully they will allow me, they can set aside at least an hour for me and let me film some of the stuff a little bit more professionally. All these are still baby steps. I have, much loftier goals. And in a way, I'm still learning on the job, right? That kind of venture will be my first proper filming outside of my little corner here of the ancestral mansion, which is just a little old apartment in downtown LA, of course. So we are taking baby steps, but we are already here thanks to your help. Mamba 199. Congrats. Will El Professor join the show later? If I have the stamina to go and push through, um, we'll see. We'll see. It's still very early for him. As you know, he's in the UK. If he is not in the UK, he's in southeastern Europe. So we will see if he can join us today and if I can actually be there. The original OC 199. Congratulations. Thank you so much, OC. Thank you. All right. So we are going back to Sotheby's, looking forward to November 9th. 5960, of course, is a very interesting reference. In a way, it presents the kind of vision, the kind of statement that Patek Philippe made with 1518 in 1941 when they came out with this particular design, with this particular layout, with what they call a useful complication in the way they combined the annual calendar, which was their proprietary module at the beginning, their proprietary functionality, with this single register or single big eye execution of the chronograph. It is now discontinued, and even before it was fully discontinued, it had started building up a certain hype, especially the version of it 5960 slash 1A. So the steel version that comes on the matching bracelet, rice and beans. Beads of rice bracelet. I apologize, guys. I made the mistake of actually going to the gym right before the broadcast, and I might be slurring my speech. I might be forgetting things that I'm supposed to know. So be kind, be nice. Try to go easy on me today. So the special rice and beans bracelet, beads of rice bracelet, in stainless steel, they are very much desired in the white dial, in the black dial. I know Nick Fox himself has 5960A with the beads of rice bracelet with a white dial. And I find it to be a very beautiful and very useful watch. Too bad it's discontinued. Too bad certain versions of it are going for exorbitant amounts of money. But this auction basically opens with a three-piece of 5960s in pink gold, in platinum with the blue dial, and in platinum with the gray dial, with the charcoal gray, let's say. Oh, OG Hash Hockey, thank you so much. Mazel. Bevakasha. Thank you. Toda raba, toda raba. Did you happen to see Boston's new 6263? I have not, no, but he was asking my opinion about it. And I did say, if you know what you're getting into, and if it is offered to you for 125,000, he should jump on it. So I'm glad he pulled the trigger. That is always a nice purchase. And I hope it will be in a distant future, OG Hash Hockey, because that's the kind of watch that you would at least want to keep for 5 years, a decade, even if your plan is to offload it, even if your plan is to treat it as an investment to sell at a profit. I don't operate that way. I understand why people do. I criticize people who abuse that particular system, but no one is quite above it. Peeping time, that is as helpful as possible, please hit the like button. Um, it really gives me that extra exposures, helps me expand this channel. So if there's nothing else that you can do, I appreciate that you hit that like button and give me that broader base. Gondog also says wonderful content as always. I'll listen and enjoy thoroughly when I wake up in a couple of hours. Until then, upvote and encourage others to do the same. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you for dropping by, and hopefully it won't be too meandering and too rambling, so you can actually listen later and learn something from it. 548 Vikings 499, thank you so much. Hey, had to do my state time. Where is Mike the Snake, and are you cool with the pontiff? I have no problems with the pontiff. I'm not against the pontiff. I love Mike the Snake. I love Archie Luxury. He's always welcome in my channel. But I am interested in growing my channel. I am interested in focusing on my channel. So that's how it's going to be, at least for the time being. And how things worked out, right? He was afraid that I would leave him if I ever reached 1,000 subscribers. I've reached it through my own efforts, and now it's a different ballgame. But we'll see. I love him. You know that I am an Archie fan. You know how I came through. I will always recognize the way he put me on the map at the very beginning. I don't think I could have gotten a head start if it weren't for Archie. But I also have to recognize that he did more to undermine me after that than support me. So the ball is in his court. We are going back. Numbers 4 and 5, two different, but I think equally beautiful examples of Patek Philippe World Time. Another definitive reference for Patek Philippe in the way that it preceded both the perpetual calendar and the perpetual calendar and the perpetual calendar chronograph in serial production. You might even say that it is the watch that opened the global vision and the era of complication for Patek Philippe under the stewardship of the Stern family, who still remain at the helm. That was, of course, 1415 Heure Universelle. That was, of course, a different kind of design, but this particular pusher design, which you might say is like the third generation of the Louis Cotier interpretation of the world time. And he is the trailblazer. He is the pathbreaker when it comes to this. He had designed it first with a rotating bezel of the cities on the same ring. The second iteration was with a double crown, with a secondary crown at 9 o'clock to give a certain sense of visual balance, where you could use that secondary crown to rotate the inner bezel. This is more or less the third iteration, the third expression, the third implementation of Louis Cotier's world time caliber, and it has stood the test of time. The one where you have the pusher roughly at 10 o'clock to cycle through the cities as you travel. By the way, you should also know that the configuration that Patek Philippe has up to this day, for example, in 5164, a travel time Aquanaut is also a Louis Cotier invention, right? They were basically trying to find a more utilitarian rather than poetic expression of a travel watch. And what they first came up with was a double pusher configuration where you could uh, jump hours back and forth with the two pushers at on the left flank of the case. And that carried over until the current time with certain modifications. In fact, the first iteration of it did not have the third hand. It was basically just to adjust the sole hour hand. It was a second iteration. It was an additional modification that added the separate hand, which was at the time heat blued rather than skeletonized, as they tend to use it these days. Mamba, thank you again. 4.99 appreciation super chat for quality watch content that you consistently produce for the community. I appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. 458 Viking says, I have the 11900 Air King. Do you like the new version better? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Just to ground our conversation a little better, let me put up the new Air King. Look, my approach to watches, as much as I'm obsessive compulsive in other areas of my life, has never been based on OCD. So for me, the fact that it was a 5 at 1 o'clock rather than 05, or that it didn't have crown guards, or that it didn't have this, that it had a different case than the rest of the Rolex professional range, none of that meant anything to me. For me, I'm not an Air King fan, at least not in this generation that kind of takes inspiration from the Bloodhound dashboard that Rolex was supposed to collaborate on for the land speeding record. I think for a three-hander watch, there's too much going on the Air King dial for my taste. So that they added another zero and somehow modified the case to fit the larger coherence and cohesion of the professional line, it doesn't mean anything to me. If I know anything about Rolex, whatever is discontinued, whatever is limited in production, whatever is just a little bit different, always keeps a certain value and always has a comeback years and decades down the line. So if you are happy with your Air King, do not, by any means, do not feel obliged to quote unquote upgrade. Just keep it, wear it, enjoy it. Trust me, over time, it will be trading for more than the Air King. Air King now is the flavor of the month, right? It is one of the newer releases, and it is one that is relatively accessible, both in terms of price point and in terms of availability through through the official channels. So I would say keep it. You won't regret your decision, especially if you're enjoying your watch. So going back, thank you for 548 Vikings, and thank you so much, Mamba, for your double chat. Again, the theme with Patek Philippe continues. We have a 175th anniversary chronograph, which has a beautiful vintage-inspired case with stepped bezel, with the stepped lugs, quite angular as well, which gives it also a rather sporty vibe. What I really love about this piece, as I mentioned yesterday night is how it presents a multimeter scale. Now, I know part of it is what they're hiding in the back, right? A lot of times you will see these sorts of desperate attempts to enlarge the dial when you have a movement in the watch that doesn't quite fit right into the case, that doesn't simply fill the case. Here, we don't even have an exhibition case back, so you didn't need that. But I always appreciated a chronograph, especially when it has a vintage inspiration that has this snailed dial and that has a multimeter scale all the way on the chapter ring. You have a telemeter, right, which was kind of a wartime complication, wartime use for the chronograph. You hear the shelling, you engage the chronograph, shelling hits you or arrives in the trenches, you stop it, and you can read with the centrally deployed seconds roughly how many kilometers away the enemy actually is. You have a pulsometer right inside that. That is also a little bit curved, and that is graduated for 15 pulsations, which means, once again, you start basically taking the pulse of the patient, engage your chronograph, count 15 pulsations. When you stop, your reading will be roughly the pulse of the patient. So that's the medical use, and I don't need to explain the tachometer that is snailed right here at the center of the dial. In yellow gold, this is a beautiful piece, and it is, of course, a limited piece, having been produced to celebrate in 2014 Patek Philippe's 175th anniversary. It's a 40 millimeter case, and it was made in 400 pieces only, not insanely limited, but still, for the right person, I think could be a very interesting value. Of course, it's not cheap by any means. This is lot 7, estimated to fetch somewhere between 45,000 to 65,000 Swiss francs. Peeping time. Thank you so much. 777. Thank you so much. Corrado Galizia says, are these estimates on Patek's realistic? It's an uncertain time, Corrado. I don't know. It remains to be seen, but the tendency has been, the tradition has been in auctions to keep the estimates conservative, right? So as to not give false hopes for the person who consigns the piece, so as to, of course, invite people into that bidding war, right? To heat things up a little bit. So traditionally, estimates have been on the lower side. This has been a confusing time, right? Since in the last few years, we have seen every single high ceiling trampled upon every time an auction has been held. In the last 2 cycles, this hasn't necessarily been the case. In the spring circuit, that really wasn't the case, even though for very rare and very exclusive pieces, there were still very important values realized. But I would say, if you are seriously interested, remain interested, register your interest, register yourself as a potential bidder, even in absentia, and ultimately see where things go on the day of the auction. I don't know if they held any previews for this in New York. Or I know you are on the East Coast. I don't know where you are, and I'm not interested in advertising it, but it is what it is. So yeah, I don't like divining into the future, but I'm thinking that for something like, say, 5960 P with the gray dial, it might well be quite realistic to see it's fetch somewhere between 30 to 50K. Whereas with an Aquanaut travel time, I would see it maybe hit somewhere behind, right in between. The khaki version of it, again, I'm sure it will be very attractive to many. The chronograph, I think the hyped up watches still can realize interesting values in auction, whereas the more niche pieces can actually fall closer to the conservative lower end of that estimate. So as you can see, there are a number of different aquanauts there. All are quite interesting. Nothing too special, except when we arrive at the advanced research. You have the 5167R at lot 8, which is estimated to fetch somewhere between 50 to 80K in US dollars. You have the 5164R, the Aquanaut travel time in pink gold with the chocolate brown dial. That is estimated to fetch somewhere between 100 to 200,000 Swiss francs. You have the 5168G at lot 10, which is the khaki Aquanaut. The estimate is somewhere between 80,000 to 160,000 Swiss francs. Again, a very interesting margin there, right? Very wide margin. Cheers. So that just goes to show you how hard it is for even professional auctioneers to see where things are going, especially at this time of financial uncertainty, where people are fearing a recession, where some economists are declaring a recession. Of course, Professor Rubini, Dr. Doom, has already declared a recession. No surprise there. But again, in these uncertain times, no one quite knows. You can even imagine some of these watches not hitting the estimates at all. When it comes to Pateks, I think they would still. But you would see some watches that are not so hyped up get closer to the lower end of that spectrum than the higher ceiling of it. This is a dial color I really appreciate, and we have talked a little bit about this. This is something that Patek produced again for the 175th anniversary for the famous Saatchi Gallery in London. It is a 3940 perpetual calendar in pink gold. It basically uses the new old stock case that Patek still had in the manufacture and combines it with this unique taupe colored dial that was never really used in this reference. I think it's a really attractive watch, and the fact that it is only probably 4 of each dial color, I think. Okay, as few as 5 examples for each dial variation. So extremely limited in number, has the anniversary significance, comes with the exhibition case back, as well as an extra case back in matching material. A really beautiful piece, very unique piece, estimated to go for somewhere between 60 to 100,000 US dollars. This is lot 13. I love the 3900 series just in terms of their wearability. I think that's a great sweet spot. I always think of Pateks as classic dress watches, even when they have sporty dynamic elements. So when it starts creeping up to 40 millimeters, I get uninterested quite quickly. And for that reason, I really cherish the 3900s range. And this is a very unique one, of course. And you can see this is a proper 3940 from an earlier period when they were still in production, estimated to fetch somewhere between 50 to 100,000 Swiss francs at lot number 14 in white gold. Again, it's the same case, but of course, a different execution, much less rare. Big Meech, thank you, my man. Thank you so much. 99 cents. Thank you. Dennis K says, congrats. Hey, it has been magic. Cheers. 548 Vikings. My vote is resoundingly for 116900. I think the old one, for me, between the two, I prefer the old, but again, screw what I think, right? Forget my personal opinion. What really matters there, again, is the tried and tested wisdom. Whatever goes out of production, whatever is limited, whatever is not coming back, is worthy, keeps value in the world of Rolex. So keep it. It is your watch, so you must have liked it. You must have invested some emotion into it. Keep it, wear it, enjoy it. I love it. I love it. That's what I would do. Mookie, thank you so much. Thank you. The likes always matter quite a bit, so please hit the like button if you haven't yet, and do subscribe if you are just stumbling upon the channel. 3940 is in fact a beautiful reference. Any Patek perpetual calendar, right? We are after all talking about the brand that has put itself on the map in introducing 1518, in serving in serial production perpetual calendar chronographs for their customers. So anything perpetual calendar or perpetual calendar chronograph or hand wound chronograph or world time, all of these things, annual calendar, to me, it's very desirable. But again, I prefer them in the older case size, 36, 37, but it is what it is. Peeping Time also prefers the 116900. Evan, thank you so much. 199. Thank you so much. Cheers to you as well. We have beautiful perpetual calendar, again, with the moon phase, with the leap year indicator, day and night as well. Sorry, my bad. Just with the day and night indicator. No, I told you guys, my brain is a little fried today, and I am losing my voice as well. So my apologies. This is a beautiful salmon dial. I think it is particularly effective with those syringe hands. I actually love the loom. I don't necessarily think that loom doesn't belong on a classically inspired watch. I don't know why people think that. You know, in 1940s, when Universal Genève was building its so-called tricompaxes, the triple calendar chronographs. They were coming in all sorts of different case sizes, case designs, and dial layouts, of course, case materials. And some of the steel ones that are measured around 37 millimeters in case diameter also had very attractive, of course, radium dials at the time with relatively large Arabic numerals. So I don't find luminous material to be at odds with a certain expression of a classical design, mid-century design especially. I think this reference 5320 is a good example of that. It's not my favorite dial layout for a perpetual calendar by Patek Philippe, but the Salmon dial is very attractive. This is, of course, a watch that is still in production and is estimated to go for somewhere between 70 to 120,000 Swiss francs at lot number 15. I have already taken a look at the Zeitwerk-Datum, the version of what is arguably the flagship watch now of A. Lange und Söhne, although they have many heavy hitters. Of course, Lange 1 is a classic. Datograph basically opened a new horological struggle for making the best looking and the most attractive high horology hand-wound chronograph. But Zeitwerk, of course, is the kind of watch that you only find in Lange. There's nothing quite similar to it from the offering of other brands. Of course, the aesthetics of it take after that 5-minute stage clock that adorns the Dresden Opera House that was actually built by ancestors of the Lange family. And in this case, in addition to jumping hours and minutes that are digitally displayed, you also have a jumping date display on the chapter ring that, again, jumps exactly at midnight. And it is truly a beautiful thing to see that jump in a synchronized fashion right at midnight. And they have a nice little video clip to show it on their webpage, so feel free to check it out. That's number 18, and the estimate is somewhere between $100,000 to $150,000. You have two Lange 1 tourbillons. You have the Centennial tourbillon from 2001, platinum, of course, has all the signatures of Lange und Söhne, the power reserve, the off-center seconds this time, rather than having its own dial. Of course, they wanted to display on the face of the watch the tourbillon, so that took the place of the subsidiary seconds dial. I think it is a beautiful execution. It is a very nice and artistic caliber. You have that beautiful balance cocks there on each side, on the back, that are freehand engraved. Of course, 3/4 bridge plate in the best Saxonian tradition that takes after those pocket watches. And this is still at the time where they were using the older generation of movements that were building on a base that they get from elsewhere. As far as I know, the most of the quote unquote regular production watches had calibers that were built on Jaeger-LeCoultre gear trains. But if I'm not mistaken, the Tourbillon calibers were at least designed by Renault et Papy for Lange und Söhne at the time. So I'm guessing this is the case for the 2001 Centennial Tourbillon as well. One of 150 in platinum. Very attractive watch, very rare watch, perfect for the right collector. Lot 17, estimated to fetch somewhere between $40,000 to $60,000. Oh, Captain, so nice to see you, man. Thank you for dropping by. $9.99, excellent content. You grinded your way to 1,000 with your vast knowledge of horology and quoted Dr. Doom as well. Well, Dr. Doom is a man after my heart. I have not half of his economic insight or a fraction of his studied and articulate manner. Nevertheless, I do have the same sort of cynicism and skepticism that even borders at times at nihilism. So I really love Nuria Rubini. I'm glad it resonates at some level. St. Peter says, imagine 5320G Tiffany blue dial. I remember Arnaud had a pièce unique with a Tiffany blue dial that wasn't a 5711, but I know that wasn't his choice for that custom piece. I also don't want to imagine, if I may say, Peter, you know, I love you, but the Tiffany blue, you know what I imagine? The Tiffany blue dial Nautilus, I imagine it on the wrist of a very elegant lady, a woman who has such an extensive and deep account for jewelry at Tiffany that they basically allocated that watch to her. Again, I'm kind of, you know, I have very strong opinions. So for me, the original Gérard Jonta design in Royal Oak is much better. Nautilus doesn't even compare. It is what it is, just my particular perspective. I still appreciate it, but I find the Nautilus already too delicate, already too dressy, already a little too much on the feminine side to then put that particular signature color on it. And again, I have no problem with men getting in touch with their femininity. And in fact, more men wearing watches that are on the more delicate side, on the more discreet side, on the smaller side. But when it comes to the Nautilus, I find it already too far in that spectrum of being delicate, that with that shade on the dial, it stops being what it's supposed to be, which is an elegant, chic sports watch by a luxury goods / high horology company. Libro Grande, $2. Thank you so much for the congratulations. I do prefer the Royal Oak. Yes, all this goes to say, I think that deep shade of blue, or even that green dial that they introduced in the victory lap of 5711, or the earlier shade of that kind of petrol green, kind of oceanic green they had, in the 3700s. I prefer those, but then again, you know, this is just a personal opinion. I think Tiffany blue is too much for the Nautilus case. Lange 1 Stealth is one of my favorite references. The reason that this is called Stealth, and it is usually the platinum versions that take on these interesting nicknames, as it happens with Lange 1. There is no lume on the dial, no luminous material. The cold white metal of the platinum case is matched with that silvered dial, and of course, black writing on a white background for the oversized date as well. Whereas you have basically the yang to the yin of stealth, which is the platinum Lange 1 in all black, right? Black dial and black date display with white writing. And one way of recognizing the older caliber is this writing that you have roughly where you would have in a conventional watch 6 to 7 o'clock Doppelfederhaus. That's the double double barrel, double spring barrel that was the kind of technology they were using to sustain that 72-hour power reserve. In the newer generation of the Lange 1 hand winding caliber, they don't need that anymore. But one of the things that I love about elements of Lange's design language is how they use script and writing to balance out what has a slightly asymmetric touch already. I adore it. So the Doppelfederhaus is a great tell when it comes to that. Lange 1, of course, is an absolute classic if you ask me. This is a relatively early model, early enough at least, estimated to go somewhere between 20 to 40. I think it is a little bit conservative, but we shall see. Again, it's very hard sometimes to see where things go, especially when we are entering a period of austerity. Lot 20 for an estimated value of 20 to 40,000 Swiss francs. St. Peter says, I also prefer the Royal Oak. Yeah, it is what it is. We have the number 21, the Du Phorographe, which is the early iteration of Lange's great leap into the 21st century in the world of hand winding chronographs with the L951.1 caliber in pink gold with the black dial, since it has been already seen and therefore co-signed by none other than Philippe Dufour. People have taken the liking to calling this model the Dufourographe. I find it a beautiful watch. I know the newer models kind of out Lange everything that is Lange in this world. They not only have the oversized date at 12 o'clock, but also a power reserve indicator at 6. But those extra 2 modules, of course, make this watch a little thicker and a little larger in the current generation. I do prefer the proportions of the earlier watch. This is lot 21 and Lange und Söhne pink gold flyback chronograph from roughly 2003. It is estimated to go somewhere between 60,000 to 120,000 Swiss francs. And pay attention right there, ladies and gentlemen. It is actually coming instead of the tang buckle with a proper déployant in the matching metal, which is very desirable for any Lange, and which usually has to be special ordered And even when you have the watch and you want to place a special order for a déployant buckle, it can take months. So it is an interesting added value. I think it counts in the best way. That movement itself deserves an attention. I don't know. There's not much I can say about this watch. It's an absolute grail. I do like it a little better in platinum, but this is a gorgeous watch as well. Very beautiful. And there it is. This is the GOAT of chronographs. The reason I call it that is because none other than Michael Jordan used to wear one, at least used to. I'm sure he still has it in his collection. But he also has this datograph on a matching beads of rice bracelet, platinum, on a platinum bracelet from a high horology brand. That must be one of the ultimate apexes of watch collecting. So there's hardly anything that I can add. It comes, of course, right after the photograph that we were talking about. So I don't really need to add much more. On the full bracelet, of course, you cannot even imagine how much value that adds to the watch. I'm trying to, all right, I found it. There we go. This is Michael Jordan on the court side. Oops. With that same watch. So that's the GOAT chronograph, platinum datograph from the earlier generation on its matching bracelet. The beautiful, beautiful piece indeed. Estimated to go somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000, and I find it again a little bit more better proportioned, let's say, than the current generation. So let's continue our venture through this beautiful auction. I want to highlight a couple of watches that are still rather important, but perhaps more plain Jane compared to everything high horological that we were going with. We have a platinum day date from a much earlier generation, a 5-digit from 1979, 18029. As you see, it has that smooth bezel, of course, since it took Rolex until 2022 to perfect that fluted decoration on the platinum material. Comes on the matching quote-unquote president bracelet. This is an incredible value if it ends up selling for somewhere within the estimate, which is $12,000 to $18,000 at lot 24. Again, you can say that 36 millimeter day dates are dime a dozen. And I won't disagree with you in 4 digits, in 5 digits, no quick sets, double quick sets. There are so many different varieties, so many different options, but they are increasingly harder to find in any other metal than um, yellow gold, with the matching bracelet that is period correct, um, in stellar condition. And uh, if you do, they do end up commanding a certain kind of premium. So if you find a good deal on it and you have always wanted a day date, there's no better time, honestly. Again, I'm not taking a step back from my larger, more general stance, which is to sit tight, which is to remain patient until at least the first quarter of 2023, on, because things are going to, unfortunately, economically get much worse, financially get much worse once winter sets in Europe, in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, in the UK. But when it comes to day dates in pink gold, in white gold, in platinum, in 36 millimeter, they're increasingly difficult to find in good condition, with cases that are not ground down to toothpick lugs, with the matching bracelet. So when you find it, and if you find a good deal on it, um, it's as good of a time as any. Similarly, again, we have a decent estimate here for a 5-digit day date with the quick set, 18038, yellow gold, but in a way it has oxidized and patinated in such a way that it has taken on this pinkish hue. Year 1981, lot 28, very conservative estimate, again, 10 to 15,000 Swiss francs. And once again, of course, you can you can remind me, hey, guy, just 3, 4, 5 years ago, you could pick any old 1803 or 1803-8 for anywhere between 6, 8, 8.5 at most. But I think those times have passed. The prices are going to drop by and large, but I'm not sure, on barring a worldwide catastrophe, which no one, of course, wants to see. I don't think the times where we would find mid-sized Royal Oaks for $3, $4, $5,000, gold Rolexes for their scrap value, I think those times have passed, because the mainstream now has such a cognizance of watches that they don't fly under the radar in the same way anymore. That certain brands and models are so hyped up that it has almost become impossible to get a great deal on them. St. Peter, you're asking a good question. Yes, one of the reasons I prefer the older generation is because it still has the Romans. And again, that's the thing about balance. You know a lot more about design than I do. I know what I like, at least. And one of the reasons I like about the older iteration of the datograph is that it still preserves the Romans at 10, 2, and 6 o'clock. Whereas, of course, with the addition of power reserve, the most recent generation of the datograph had to go with all batons. And you see, just as an example of how suddenly, with in great condition, right, with something unique about it, you see suddenly how a pink gold day date can hit all sorts of strange heights. It's a pie pan white boy dial. It has an Arabic dial, right? Eastern Arabic numbers, Arabic day of the week, and also Arabic signature. This is lot 29, 1803, pink gold Rolex day dates that had once belonged to the crown prince and deputy ruler of Abu Dhabi. And it comes basically as a full package as well. And in this case, the estimate is 50 to 100,000 Swiss francs. Now, if it didn't have that signature, it would have been much less. But you can kind of see what I mean when you have a full package. Look at the sharpness of this case. Look at the condition of this watch for something that is from 1969. So you find something in this condition and you can negotiate a deal that fits your budget. It doesn't have to have this sort of provenance. It might be a decent time to strike. I love it. The Daytona Beach is coming back. The Daytona Beach is coming back. This is from 2002, roughly, with the pink configuration, pink lizard skin leather strap, the pink mother of pearl dial. It is actually diamond set in white gold. These used to come with actually a full matching set. Unfortunately, in this case, they have put together a generic kind of package. At least, hey, there's a service card, calendar, and whatever. But it is supposed to come, if I'm not mistaken, with a matching lizard skin box, as well as a leather card holder that is also of the same material. This is lot 34, a pink Daytona Beach for an estimated value of 35 to 55 Swiss francs. $1.99, 36 millimeter OP candy pink dial. Do I like it? I do like it. 548 Vikings. I do actually like it. I like the pink. Look, I mean, I have a shirt that's kind of pink striped, or maybe it's a little darker than pink, but has a pink appearance. You know, I love it. But let's bring it up. I think one of our community members, I don't want to out him if he doesn't want to shout it from the rooftops, but I know one of our community members has this watch, in fact, for his wife. His wife wears it, which is not to say that it would be off on a man's wrist. I think it's a beautiful watch. Honestly, I would wear it. I'd wear this if I were gifted one, or if I were actually interested in contemporary watches and I would get one at retail. I would most certainly wear it. I like it more than the coral. I like it more than the turquoise. I like it more than the saffron yellow, right? That rich yellow that has been seen already on the wrist of Roger Federer, for example. I think Messi has one as well, although those may be OP41s. But yeah, short of the green version, I think this is my favorite color in that range. And the candy pink is very subtle, actually. It's like I think it's like a pink Oxford shirt. You know, it is flashy, but not in an in-your-face kind of fashion, right? It's a nice touch. It's a light touch. hey, speaking of feminine things, it's a little bit of a feminine touch, but not in a way that tips the scales. So I think it's a beautiful watch, the candy pink um, OP36. And yes, OP41 for me is a dinner plate on the wrist. I don't have the hefty Mike the Snake kind of wrist to pull it off. So if I were to ever get an OP, it would be the 36. Yay! The porn bots are back, guys. We are on the right track. We are on the right track. Yes, St. Peter was saying to the Daytona Beach in pink that it's the Meadow Daytona because it is actually seen in the Sopranos, on Meadow Soprano's wrist. I think it's like the first few episodes of either season 3 or 4. Yeah, one of the benefits of actually rewatching it on HBO Max has been my burgeoning interest in the watches of the Sopranos, which will make it into a short. It looks like the one that is diamond set. It is certainly a Daytona Beach on the pink configuration. But yeah, I love how the watches play parts in the Sopranos story. And I won't say anything more at the moment, but I want to make a 1-minute special about it and see if it gains attraction. And of course, Jamie Lynn Sigler does wear stainless steel Daytona on a more everyday basis. So I guess she has a thing for Daytonas, and why not? I think it's the most universally wearable and appealing watch in the Rolex catalog. It can go every which way. Classic, somewhat dressy, somewhat supporty, masculine, feminine. It can go for anyone, any occasion. I think the Daytona is a great watch. Again, not my personal choice, but that doesn't take away from the larger than life icon that the Daytona is or has become. Let's put it this way. Of course, we have, again, a beautiful white gold version from that generation with the smaller Arabic numerals around the dial. It's a very attractive watch with the sodalite dial, with the precious stone dial. As you know, these sorts of dials in times of yore were preserved for day dates in the universe of Rolex, or perhaps sometimes to precious metal date justs as well, especially ladies' date justs and ladies' presidents and whatever. But you can more or less track how much muscle, how much belief, and how much of a corporate push Rolex put behind the Daytona by the variety of models they have offered throughout the years, and by the panoply of dial configurations and options that they served to their customer through the Daytona. Take, for example, number 38. This is an interesting, again, semi-precious stone dial, diamond sets. The bezel itself is set with sapphires, white gold case, a leather strap that fits that deep purple / burgundy color scheme. Again, with Arabics at quarters, with the Rolex coronet adorning the 12 o'clock. something that's so outrageous, so out there, so extravagant that it's so good. Number 38 for an estimated value of 100,000 to 150,000 Swiss francs. You can see, just the different variations of the Daytonas. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but I want to highlight number 40, which is a white gold Daytona, but has that variety of contrast, between the oyster flex, the rubber of oyster flex, and that black rubber of oyster flex, with the end link of the white gold case that separates it out from this ceramic tachometer bezel. And I think usually I'm not a huge fan of mother of pearl dials, but in this case, it somehow fits. It is supposed to be a watch that's as extravagant as possible with the diamond set dial. And let's not fool ourselves. In a way, the stainless steel Daytona 116500 is perhaps one of the most noticeable watches, one of the most easily spotted watches at this point in time. So, it is already going to be perceived a certain way anyway. So why not take the extra step and go with precious metal? And that's how the market, by the way, has trended as well, right? It used to be a no-no to go to a precious metal Daytona just 3-5 years ago, and now suddenly they have become all the rage, and that is being scaled back. I don't know how far down they will go. I expect them to go down further, but again, people have broken that taboo already. People do wear nowadays precious metal Daytonas as freely, or again, as much as they wear the stainless steel ones, because both of them are very spottable and very out there already as hype watches. This is lot number 40, 116519LN, with that stands for lunette noire, of course, that contrasting black ceramic bezel. 2021, the estimated value is 30 to 50,000 Swiss francs. Bezels, thank you so much. Doesn't Christopher wear a full gold Tank Française? I think he does. He wears, I think, a couple of different Cartier watches across the seasons. But yeah, I'm gonna save it for the little video. There are a few very interesting Patek Philippe clocks. Not something that I can tell you a lot about, so I will skip over them ever so silently. There's a mid-sized two-tone Patek Philippe Nautilus. These used to be really incredibly cheap. Some people prefer them. The centrally deployed seconds, the color fitting of the date background makes them really appealing. The two-tone was particularly undesirable just a generation ago, basically. Nevertheless, it is still among all the time date Nautiluses, probably 3800, which is the smaller sized, the mid-sized case. This is, this is the watch that probably offers the best value, relatively speaking. And again, do keep in mind it is considerably smaller than the so-called jumbo, but probably larger than you think, owing to that integrated bracelet sports watch design. And at lot 53, this is estimated to fetch somewhere between 20 to 40,000 Swiss francs. Viking says Lange is top shelf other than FP Jean. I love them both. My aesthetic leaning is toward Lange, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate Jean. And Basil says, great seeing the love. Hey, Basil, to be honest, again, we live in a capitalist world. I've never hid my intentions. My intention was to monetize the channel. So I do appreciate it. No one had to do it, but I appreciate that you are contributing to the channel in any way that you can. It does matter. It does make a difference, but I have been seeing the love, right? I don't want to be ungrateful. I think since I have started my own platform, since I've started putting work onto this channel in February, and since I got the equipment, paid for StreamYard in April, it has been a lot of love and a lot of support. So I don't want to make it seem like it's just coming out. It's great to be recognized. It's great to be supported materially as well, because it takes work, it takes effort, it takes time. But I appreciate you nevertheless. Even all you can do is a simple click on the like. This is the original reference 3700. As you can see, of course, like the original Royal Oak, it's a watch that does not have a centrally deployed seconds hand. It is a two-hander with a date. In this case, it has a certain patina on the dial that's not unattractive, I must say. In fact, it has an interesting appeal. It's a so-called Sigma dial and double signed by Baya. Now, Baya in and of itself, in the world of hype, might not necessarily hit people in the same way that a Tiffany double signature does. But Baya happens to be the oldest watch shop in the entire world, certainly in Switzerland, the oldest dedicated store to sell timepieces and jewelry. They have a very nice little museum as well in the underground of their store in Zurich. So I would highly recommend that you visit it if you ever make it there. And their long-standing partnership with Patek is stuff of a legend. So to me, a Baya signature or a Gubelin signature, which is another Swiss jeweler with a similarly storied past, to me, it's as recognizable. But again, obviously, I'm no fool. I realize that the Tiffany cosine dials command a higher premium, but this is 54, an original Patek Nautilus Jumbo reference 3700 with a very attractive patina on the dial and the Baya co-signature for an estimated value of 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs. Beautiful. Yes. See, this guy knows what he's talking about, Mother Trucker. The one I love is Gobbi. Gobbi, it's And I was so happy to discover that their logo, their company emblem, is a camel, is a Bactrian camel specifically, because it has the two humps, right? Because gobbo is a hunch, gobbi is plural, so they chose the Bactrian camel as their logo. Now, the logo itself doesn't make it to the dial, but certainly you can find the Gobbi signature on a lot of Patek watches. You can see Haussmann, you can see Serpico y Laino, Serpico y Laino, I should say, from Caracas, from Venezuela. Just some stuff that comes to mind. I think there are many others, of course, but you're absolutely right, Mother Trucker. The Swiss signatures, Italian ones, there's some German stuff. They're all as historically important, if not necessarily as popular and as hyped up in the market. But that was certainly a very, very beautiful example of the original Patek Philippe Jumbo. And they have somehow continued that theme, right? They have and you can see how the premiums differ, right? The Bayer co-signature was 100 to 200,000 estimated value. The Tiffany co-signature of the same reference Jumbo, and with an evenly patinated and evenly, largely blue, with a kind of petrol green on the outside, you can say it's a more attractive watch to begin with, but that is estimated to fetch somewhere between 180,000 to $250,000. So it's a different category altogether. And the reduced size 3800 with a centrally deployed seconds hand, of course, 90s piece comes from, again, with the Tiffany co-signature, retailed by Tiffany, 70 to 90,000 Swiss francs, number 56. Right, and the dial seems to have matted onto a kind of black or a very dark navy. And then again, you have a 5711R, the rose gold with the gradient brown dial, and that has an estimate of 200 to 300,000 without necessarily having any particular provenance at all. Of course, you have the 40th anniversary Nautilus. That has a different shade of blue. I think the baguette dial is actually amazing. That's one of the reasons that I like the Platinum Daytona with the baguette dial, because they're so perfectly cut and so nicely proportioned that you might be mistaken for a second to think that they're actually loom plots and that they will somehow glisten in the dark. But this is the kind of luminous material that shines in the sunlight, and it is really a beautiful watch. I just wish that they were a little more discreet with the 40th anniversary marking. But then again, we're not talking about a watch that's in my segment and within my reach at all. But nevertheless, a very beautiful one. Platinum 5711/1P. Of course, this is coming roughly from 2015 for an estimated value of 400,000 to 600,000 Swiss francs. Lot 58. Oh, yes. Astra is great. Eric just had actually a very interesting watch. I wonder if he still has it in his inventory. That had the Astra Torino signature on the dial. Let me see if he still has it. I think it's sold. I think it's sold. Maybe I can still find the listing. It was a very attractive Universal Genève Aerocompax with that double signature. Incredible condition. And Astra at 6 o'clock. A non-luminous dial, very discreet and minimalist in design. Aerocompax, in terms of its design elements, can be understood as an ancestor, as an immediate predecessor of tricompax. Ultimately, it's really a chronograph with the hour counter at 6 o'clock, but it also has the separate dial at 12 o'clock, which you can set independently from the crown, from the secondary crown at 9 o'clock. And it's kind of like a memo dial. So it keeps track of an appointment for you. It doesn't have a caliber of its own, so it stays exactly as how you set it. I have heard that it can also be used for purposes of navigation, since Aerocompax was initially designed for aviation, for pilots. I cannot vouch for that. I've never flown a plane. I know nothing about flying and aviation myself, so feel free to clarify. But here's a double signed Universal Genève Aerocompax that was once retailed by Astra Torino. And of course, Mother Trucker is talking about a tech that was for the longest time the hand-wound Patek chronograph until they made a comeback in 1998. So 1463 is a very, very important reference for Patek indeed, and to find one with double signature is quite a scavenger hunt, and probably a very costly endeavor as well. I think since we have hit our stride, I'll just keep going, and maybe Professor will join me soon enough, and we'll just go. We'll just go until midnight or something. More than 2 hours to go. So let's see how far we can take it. No promises so far, but I will try to go. This is number 61 is a watch that I actually really like. You know my passion for regulator dials. Regulator watches were basically centerpieces of watchmaking and repair workshops. In a way, they were centering the focus on the minute hand, so they could be used as a reference to set everything else, synchronize all the clocks and watches in that particular establishment. They also had their use in the railway industry as well, which again of course, had a vital dependence on the synchronized timekeeping. But I also like how neo-vintage and modern watches implement this particular expression of time. And the Malt regulator watch is one of my favorites. I love those talon lugs. Again, the stylized lugs are almost a brand signature, a house style for Vacheron Constantin. In this case, again, they are being very cheeky, just as they like to use the Maltese cross sometimes as frequently and as explicitly as possible. Here, they are basically referring to Maltese eagle, right, and its talons. I love the design. It's also a dual time watch, so you have that extra pusher there at 10 o'clock, or rather the 50th minute, we should say. Additionally, it actually has a hinged case back, as you can see, that you can pop open to look at the movement. It's a great piece. Very good deal for the kind of watch you are getting, if you actually like it. This is lot number 61. And the estimate is, if you hit it on the lower end, quite reasonable, 12,000 to 18,000 US dollars. This is a yellow gold Malt Régulateur from roughly 2005 at lot 61. This is a pre-production chronomètre résonance, apparently. A watch that didn't quite get the recognition it deserved when it was first released by FP Journe, but a watch, nevertheless, that in due time, that in the right time, was the horological achievement that played an important role in giving FP Journe the kind of mainstream recognition that he thoroughly deserved. Of course, the exceptional feat here is basically fitting two separate calibers into the case of a 40 millimeter wristwatch. Breguet had done it for the pocket watch, right? You have two movements that regulate each other within a single case, but that was basically a 64 millimeter case. This is a 40 millimeter case, something meant to be worn on the wrist, something that has a very unique design, very balanced design. Nevertheless, the two separate dials with subsidiary seconds, as well as the power reserve, pre-production FP Journe chronomètre résonance in platinum. It, of course, has a brass movement coming from 1999. And it is estimated to fetch somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million Swiss francs. Pre-production and pre-souscription, it says. So even before he started the subscriptions, which is, of course, the ultimate inspiration from Breguet, and the only way he could actually continue to execute his vision at the time. It's really one of the great success stories of our time, and we kind of forget what FP Journe achieved because of how far the brand has come, and how, you know, now it's basically a global signature that is also backed by Chanel's capital. So it's a different ballgame now. but this is the kind of watch that's taught a lesson to everyone else around the turn of the century. Horologically, of course, just as significant, if not more, than Alain Gonzun's datograph, because ultimately it's a much more complicated watch, of course. But perhaps datograph has been more influential because no one really got off their seats to replicate F. Bergeron's feat, whereas everyone of the high horological houses went back to producing their for the first time, in fact, in Patek Philippe's case, producing an in-house caliber for an hand-wound chronograph, and then, in fact, going the long way to decorate it and finish it properly. Peeping Time says, I'm not really into those lugs. I'm sure you are saying it about the Vacheron Constantin Malt because for better or worse, these are absolutely classical. You know, perhaps the cut there is a little more angular than you might see in dress watches from the 40s or so. But yeah, I'm sure you mean the talon lugs of Vacheron Constantin. We have 25654 BA, which is a Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar. As always, of course, you have a perpetual calendar in the traditional Royal Oak case that's not too large, that's not too thick, which always makes them very attractive. In this case, even if you don't have the signature patisserie, another gold. I started with saying rice and beans instead of beads of rice bracelet. Now I said patisserie instead of tapisserie. Clearly, I'm hungry. I should fix myself a snack in a 5-minute break. Just a second. But before that, I just wanted to say the yellow gold perpetual calendar, I think, looks very elegant and very distinguished with this champagne dial. It doesn't suffer for the lack of the signature pantograph executed waffle dial that we associate with the Royal Oak. It kind of fits with that largely yellow and yellow gold appearance that's broken up by the night sky of the moon phase, as well as the heat blued hands for the day and dates indicators. And of course, the month as well. And this is a watch roughly from 1994, lot number 73, for an estimated value of $60,000 to $100,000. Sponsored sandwich break. Yeah, why not? I need a sponsor for fixing myself a snack. It's the old bag of tricks, guys. Could someone buy me a drink, please? That's my favorite, right? You know, you have a bottle in hand, a cup in hand, and you're asking for a donation to drink your own alcohol. Cheers. No, in either case, I'm going to take a short break in a little bit. We have taken a quick look at the 222, which came into prominence not only with the re-release of it in the Les Historiques series this year, but also with the foothold that the overseas has gained in the integrated bracelets luxury sports watch category. I was very disappointed. You know, well, I'm happy for Breitling, actually, I have to say, but I was disappointed for Vacheron Constantin that they lost Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland, who was actually wearing, by his own volition, pink gold overseas as his prize possession. Now he became a Breitling brand ambassador, but there you go. This is Erling Haaland, Norwegian striker who continues the family tradition, plies the family trade at Manchester City. He has recently become a Breitling brand ambassador, but he actually used to wear, at least, Vacheron Constantin overseas. Now seen with Breitlings on his wrist. All right, that being said, we were talking about the return of the York Hashek design, Vacheron Constantin 222, which takes its name after the 222nd anniversary of the manufacture, which it celebrated through its release. I actually love that honeycomb design for the bracelet, for those center links. I think the bracelet is extremely elegant. Not my favorite watch overall, but I do like it better than the overseas. They used to be one of the secret deals, one of the secret bargains of high horological sports watches. No longer. This is an example in full stainless steel from 1980, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between $70,000 to $100,000. You have some beautiful Omega Speedmasters back to back. This is a 1972 model, reference 145.022-69. Of course, after the moon landing. The lyre lugs are there. Of course, this is a post Ed White, so post moon landing Speedmaster, but I think it still looks very beautiful. Somehow, one could live with the skeletonized hour and minute hands. $10,000 to $15,000 at lot 81. And right next to it, you actually have the broad arrow reference, which is, of course, one of the early examples of the Omega Speedmaster, 1958 in this case, reference 2915-1. Beautiful flat link bracelet, gorgeous case, those characteristic broad arrow hands. This is still, of course, a genre that Omega executes in Speedmaster 57, but this is the real deal. This is the original at lot 82, made in 1958 for an estimated value of $100,000 to $150,000. We have a beautiful 4-digit Pepsi GMT Master with a radial dial. Number 85. The underline, as you can see, as the dial version is called, as the dial mark is called. Rolex's classic dual time watch that was invented to be used by pilots, by Pan Am pilots specifically, so that they could track two separate time zones with the help of this fourth hand and the rotational bezel that also serves, of course, as a day and night indicator as well. And this goes for an estimated value of 12 to 16,000. The dial is beautifully aged. Gilt writing has a deep gold color. The case retains strong proportions, original bevels, and its number correctly matches the configuration of the dial. Additionally, the bracelet is also correct with the watch as it is stamped for the second quarter of 1964. It's a very nice vintage example with a later insert, which still doesn't look out of place necessarily, but this could be a great watch for the right person. And I think the riveted oyster bracelet just fits magnificently on this. Small crown James Bond 6536. Again, a gilt dial, as is characteristic of that period. No crown guards. And lot 87 is estimated to go somewhere between 30 to 50,000. You have a nipple dial, 4-digit gold Submariner. This was the watch that introduced that ever more controversial date indicator into the Submariner case. So in a way, it's a landmark. It is also one of the beautiful watches. You might as well call it Sly Stallone, because this was basically the first precious thing that he bought himself after the success of Rocky as a movie. His also had the very special Tiffany and Co signature on the dial, because that's where he bought it. But this is the Sly Stallone, an old school nipple dial gold Submariner, roughly from the late 70s. That's applied coronet at 12 o'clock. Just the gorgeous contrast of black and gold makes this watch really special. 50 to 90,000 is the valuation that Sotheby's gave lot 89. We have seen the 570, which is a 35 millimeter Calatrava from the post-war period. A very attractive watch, very interesting dress watch, very important for a time-only Patek Philippe collection. This is 91, and it is estimated to fetch somewhere between 15 to 30,000 Swiss francs. You have that original reference of Patek World Time, the spider lugs and the rotating ring of the cities, that signature Louis Cotier design with a matching beads of rice bracelets. Beautiful piece. Lot 93 is estimated to go for 80 to 120,000. We have a beautiful Patek Philippe pocket watch, completely unadorned. A lot of times the current production of Patek Philippe pocket watches are also usually uncomplicated unless there's some sort of special order. Usually they have, however, the power reserve at 12 o'clock there, which seems to also balance out the sub-dial for the seconds. But of course, what is really important about this watch is this miniature animal painting that was made by Marthe Bischoff, and it's called Deux Têtes de Chevaux, of course, just two horses, two horse heads. From 1968, of course, a beautiful pocket watch by Patek Philippe, lot 92. It's estimated to go somewhere between 150,000 to $250,000. We looked at the original version of the Toledo, Vacheron Constantin Toledo, the rectangular triple calendar watch with the moon phase from roughly 1958. I think it's a beautiful watch. It is something that they reproduced in that Les Historiques series. Christie's is selling an example of it on their November 6th auction, I want to say. But this is the original reference 4764. Because of its look, because of its case design, that looks like a piece you would break off of a chocolate bar. The Italians have termed it chocolatone. So this is stuck for lot 95. The estimate is somewhere between 500,000 to a million Swiss francs. You have a Breguet wristwatch from 1955. The guilloche decoration is characteristic. Of course, Petite seconde, small seconds, Breguet hands that actually match the case material. Some, oxidation on the case, which to me at least makes it more attractive rather than less attractive. But it is a watch that shows its life, shows some patina, has all the elements of classic Breguet design with the teardrop lugs, as well as the fluted case band that sometimes people also call the coin edge. And this is lot 94, which is estimated to fetch somewhere between 30 to 50,000 Swiss francs. And apparently it's a property from a royal family. God knows who. It does come with the extracts from the archives and the presentation case. So, hey, maybe that extract helps piece together the story. Okay, confirms the date of the sale by the Bourbon Parme royal family. All right. It was sold to Princess de Bourbon, or Bourbon, they want to say really, and was served in the Breguet workshops for the Prince Michel de Bourbon Parme. Fascinating. We have a Grand Tank Centré, beautiful yellow gold piece, one of the most sensual designs of all time in the world of horology. A model that has been quite popular in the first half of the century, that has also had an interesting exhibition, an interesting propulsion by the imprimatur that was given to it by Steve McQueen, of course, who wore one in the Thomas Crown affair. Nowadays, as with anything Cartier, it is experiencing a resurgence. A lot of important collectors have special examples made for them by Cartier. Ronnie Madavi has two very exquisite custom orders of it. I know Wei Ko has a very beautiful one as well. Many others, including Shadi Rahman, who was talking about his collection on Financial Times in an article penned by Nick Fox for today's paper, I should say. All right, so next, before I get into these crashes and the Daytona Big Red, I'm going to take a short break. So let me focus on this Big Red for a little bit. And I will come back after I freshen myself up. Oh, what a nice surprise.
Hello. I woke up early for you, for all of you, for
For
your
all
dearest viewers.
for all of us.
Yes.
Professor, you are too kind, too generous. Thank you for being here. How you been?
All right. All right. It's very dark here. So good morning or good evening.
That's quite all right. I love you know, Professor, we know that you are very distinguished and important, but I love the vibe you bring when you are just wearing your t-shirts, right out of bed, ready to work. Um, not no fuss, no muss. You are ready to take on the world. Peeping Time says, can you recommend a good rum? I'm not an expert in rum at all, but I just love Don Q. Um, I have a very good friend who is from Puerto Rico, and he brings me back a bottle once every so often when he goes back to the island. So I appreciate that. I'm not an expert on rum at all, but I do appreciate sipping that. And on my worst days, I have been known to mix it into my coffee in a late and lazy morning as well. So it's good. Rum is good. I love it, but I don't know if I would take my advice on it. Professor, what do you
Yeah,
have?
perfect.
What do you have on your mind? Do you have a favorite rum?
No, no. I'll drink anything, guys. I'm just bring it all. Bring it on.
Me too, more or less. Now that we have some cause to celebrate, also, we drink whatever comes.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations again, and thank you to
So,
your dearest viewers for getting you to 1,000 plus subscribers. This is great news.
yeah,
You
of course.
deserve it. You deserve it, Lord.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
fantastic in what you do, and it's the passion and the love you have for watches. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and all these people, Saint Peter. I love Maldives. I like watches. Mamba. The first thing he asked was,
Oh,
"Will El Profesor join the show later?"
here we are.
The
Here
original
we are.
OC, OG hash hockey, 548 Vikings, Mamba again, Peeping Time, Big Meech,
Big Meech.
548 Vikings again, Evan Hogenkamp, or Evan rather, Captain Libro Grande for 548 Vikings again, Bezos with a super sticker. So all these people have pushed me even further today, and I said, hey, why end at 10? Let's wait for the professor to join and keep it going until midnight my time. So what do you say?
Okay, let's go.
Do you have a topic that you would like to discuss? Any articles or news pieces of news that you want to highlight?
I think I sent you some. Plus, there is another interesting report that came out just recently by Deloitte. Deloitte produced a report on
Okay.
the watch market, especially they're focusing on the secondary market, and it's an interesting report. I actually wanted us to discuss it. Um,
This one I didn't have the Deloitte report. It says Swiss watch industry study 2022.
22.
I have not yet studied it, but we
You
can
see,
bring it up.
because bring it up. This is the purpose of professor, professor, doctor,
Okay, Professor,
professor, professor. Yes. What is interesting about this? lengthy report, but it's good because now there is consistency. Deloitte produces a report every year on the watch industry, is that they're estimating the secondary market in the coming years to reach something like, if the numbers are correct, 30 billion euros or dollars, something like crazy like that, which is a astounding figure. And they're really talking about the secondary market. And of course, this is in support of what you have been saying, that there is value to the secondary market, and also what Eric has been saying. I read this report at
Eric
length.
Wind, just to
Eric
specify.
Wind. Yeah, exactly, Eric Wind. I read this report because there was a reference that I had to analyze for an entity I work for, or I consult for, which is related to the watch market. And what is also interesting is that some of the players, the watch manufacturers, are looking at the NFT market to promote their watches.
Now, can you clarify that? Because there are two ways of approaching the market of NFTs for the world of watches, because some companies actually want to get ahead of everything and sell NFT watches, right, for certain platforms to be worn on the wrist in that virtual world. Others, like Bulgari, for example, with the ultra thin Octo Finissimo that they produced, had that barcode on the dial that gave a unique access to not only information about the watch, which you can get from elsewhere anyways, but in fact special artwork as well. What do you foresee in terms of the watch world's engagement with NFTs?
So I think that it's an unavoidable development for the watch industry, that it has to be included. It has to include itself in this segment, and it's something that eventually everybody would have to get in. Now, eventually, everybody. What does it mean? We already have, according to this report, some of the big boys participating. Don't think about Rolex and Patek and all of that, but there are others who are participating in this, and they're thinking as to how they can take a market share from the watch industry by promoting their NFT platform. This is probably the most important for me takeaway. This is the most important. The second most important thing, and we can analyze the report, I mean, in more detail, is that there is a gap between the generation X and the millennials, and the baby boomers in terms of watch preference. And it seems that the millennials, the people between the 20-30 gap, right, are preferring to buy more and more watches in the secondary market, whereas the older folk like myself have a preference for newer watches or new watches. So it seems that the secondary market is going to boom because of the obstacles in buying a watch, given that you need to have a history and so forth. And I think that is interesting. So although we're in the middle of a recession in Europe and not yet in the US, and people are talking about secondary gray market prices falling, which is true, and they will continue most likely to decline further, there is hope that by 2030, this is kind of the time horizon for this report, the secondary market is going to boom, especially by people coming from this generation, from the millennial generation. Um, yeah,
Well, I mean, I think by and large, and that's what they're saying as well, that is good for the industry. I mean, even when we're talking about the secondary market, at the end of the day, when people buy watches on the secondary market, whether it's for less than the retail price at a bargain or at a premium, uh, it is in either case a recognition of the inherent value of lasting value of a wristwatch that is not exhausted by single ownership. That is in fact expressive of something that the new generations supposedly hold dear, which is sustainability, right? It's like thrifting a perfectly nice looking jacket, right? Why throw it away if you can take it to an alterations tailor and make it fit you more or less how it fit your father? So with watches, you even have less of a challenge in doing that, and that's attractive for people, both in terms of thinking about wearing a wristwatch and in terms of acquiring one going into the secondary market. I'm not surprised by this, but like you said, it is something that we have been advocating for on this channel, right? Mine wasn't a prophecy or more than an observation, but it's good to see it resonate with people who are actually preparing reports and studies.
yeah, exactly. Another interesting part to this report is that, and you can see this, Lord, in page 18, just for everybody to see it as well, is that the industry is beginning to adopt marketing strategies similar to those of, for instance, IKEA, Coca-Cola, Lego, and they have a preference to move into this segment of where the consumer decides what goes into the watch. So the watch
Mm.
platform is decided by the watch enthusiasts, and they're referencing to the example of Audemars Piguet and the 50th anniversary of the Royal Oak.
Right.
They're referring to Code 41. And Code 41, I know them very well because the founder is an old friend of mine who comes from the watch industry, and I helped him. This is a very interesting watch. We can discuss it one day, but this is again made to measure, kind of bespoke to the public that would like to have something more bespoke. It's not a high value watch.
By the way,
So
speaking of Audemars Piguet, they have actually gone into a partnership with Wrist Check, and they are basically having an online competition now
there
where
you go.
people design their own versions of the Royal Oak, and it's just started. Check out their websites and social media. The link is not too hard to find. I don't need to advertise or broadcast it for them. But it is an interesting concept. It would be fascinating to follow what comes out of it, because they did say that they might produce the winners either as unique pieces or perhaps even in serial production. So um,
Yeah. Um, yeah, so that's interesting. That's another trend, and it will be good to see what happens to the competition. Will the others join? My guess, again, it's a guess that Rolex will continue to do very conservative, slow-moving things.
by the way, Boston just got a lovely Daytona, apparently 6263, that he was asking about just last
Hmm.
night.
Ah,
Congratulations. Wear it in good health.
yes.
Yes, 6263 Daytona black dial and black bezel. It's a real beauty, as it's supposed to be. They don't make them like this anymore. Thanks for dropping by. Hit the like button. Um, love it. 18 karat gold. Yes. Beautiful.
And then another part of the report, which is very interesting, is that here the survey, because this is based on a survey, both of people who consume, but also people in the industry, is that there is a significant segment of the watch buying population which buy watches, and this is on page 20, as an investment. So nearly 1/4 of consumers, the report says, purchase a watch for investment or for resale purposes.
Speaking of investments, Watch Nicholas just contributed a super sticker for 99 cents. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you.
What is a super sticker, by the way?
A super sticker is money in my pocket, Professor. We don't
Okay.
need to know anything better than that.
Okay, no, I just super sticker. Okay, sorry, I'm naive, ignorant.
It's an NFT. Let's put it that way. It's a cool little smiley with sunglasses in this case. Beautiful.
Okay. And usually this trend for consumers to buy watches as an investment is more prominent in Singapore, Hong Kong, and China. Whereas in Japan, France, and Switzerland, it is not viewed mainly as an investment. That's an interesting take. Yeah.
It is. I mean, again, as with any survey, of course, the lines between what is anecdotal and what is possibly quote unquote scientific are somewhat blurred, but it's an interesting insight because this is what it's saying, right? You know, the people, that quarter of people who buy watches, who are invested in, who are interested in them as investment grade assets, are not so much interested in passing them down from generation to generation. They're much more interested in the speculative rise in the monetary value of a watch. So that's a very different mentality than what we come to preach and practice on this channel.
However, one exception that they mentioned, which is very interesting, is that in Italy, 31% of those who buy watches buy it for, as they call it, la familia, to inherit. 31%, they buy it for the family to inherit the watch. Not bad.
I mean, again, doesn't really surprise me.
Surprise you, yes, of course.
You know, one of the things I keep saying on this channel is, or expressing, I should say, is my gratitude for Italians, because if it weren't for the Italian collectors, if it weren't for the Italian dealers who went around the world and collected these exquisite examples and then sold them in Italy, and in fact established these friendly and long-standing relationships with a lot of their customers over the years, to the extent that they started building first in Italy and then globally a community of watch collectors, right? Let's be honest, before the 70s, before the Osvaldo Patrizis, but also Helmut Kotz of this world, wristwatch collecting and auctioning, etc., it's not very common at all, right? You know, they really built it brick by brick. And if we now have collecting watches as a sort of mainstream hobby of any sort, we owe it to the Italians and to some other pioneers who have put it in the map in the first place, where people were mostly interested in antiques and clocks and pocket watches.
So here, and then the final thing, which I mentioned earlier, is on page 21, where they talk about the pre-owned market, where they say that the consumers they surveyed, millennials and Gen Z consumers, are more likely to purchase a pre-owned watch, and the motivation for this is the lower price for buying a watch.
Mhm.
Well, again, this is a very interesting take, because it gives an option for the new generation to get involved. But it seems that, like all of us, we're quite concerned about the politics and economics of authorized dealers. Hence, this generation of millennials and Gen Z decided to go into the secondary market to address issues of watch buying. So
But
they
I
avoid.
will also
Yeah.
say one more thing, just to,
Mm.
again, as much as I'm doing my own thing, and as much as I I have distanced myself from certain things, these are insights that Archie has preached from the very beginnings of his existence on YouTube, right? Buy things that are no longer in production, go into the secondary market to chase after watches that have a certain value, that do have lasting attraction, but that have fallen through the cracks, that don't necessarily command price value, and haggle and negotiate and try to get the best price. So for us, this comes naturally, because this is how we came into the world of watches. I mean, I had my own education about this, of course. I'm a professional haggler, but this is a different realm altogether. And I'm glad that those have become indelible values for the millennials and Generation Z as well.
Yeah, because it's if somebody asks me, Lloyd, I want to buy one watch. Let's assume it's a watch from the Crown, right? I want to buy one watch, and it has to be, let's say, a Daytona.
Mhm.
What advice can you give him? Well, either go to the secondary market, the gray market, or the used market. In any case, you will pay quite a bit of money. But if you go through the loop of trying to line up yourself to buy 6 unwanted watches so that you can get the seventh to be a Daytona, then you're better off buying it used or in the gray market. I think this is what I get from this millennial Gen Z, and it doesn't have to be for such a hyped watch as a Daytona, but all the other watches. I think naturally the selection process dictates that the millennials who are interested in watches will go into the secondary market, because you know they don't want to go through this loop of the politics of authorized dealers, and that makes a lot of sense. And I do agree with people who say, look, I just want to buy a watch. Let me just go ahead and buy a used watch, which is perfectly fine.
And also, by the way, I do want to drive a nuance into what is otherwise my principled stance about this. I just do not buy watches if they trend above retail in the secondary market, right? That's my principle. If
Yes.
something is
Yeah. Same.
if something is in production, uh, I wait. I remain patient. If I really want it, hey, I wait for the next decade if necessary. No problem for me. But for a certain kind of buyer, like you said, if they are making uh, a landmark purchase, right? They really want to celebrate a certain occasion in their lives, and this is the one and only watch they have always desired, they have always wanted. It is a watch that they will keep, they will wear, they will enjoy, and hopefully pass it down. I would also say, hey, if you're hell bent on getting this watch, even if it trends at premium, don't deal with stupid games at any dealer. Wait for the moment where that premium becomes less or even drops to a negligible point, and then make that purchase. Rather than having to buy heaps of jewelry you don't need,
Yes. Yes.
rather than getting 3 4 watches that you don't really want to build a stupid collection to get that one watch that you actually want, pay a little bit of premium and get it on the secondary market. Again, I don't need to repeat my particular hatred and disliking for all these people who are flippers, who are gray market profiteers, but we need to allow uh, just the average customer sometimes to preserve his or her sanity, right? If it's one watch that you're after, don't go for half a dozen watches. Pay a little bit of a premium and get that one watch and be done with it, wear it, enjoy it, and move on with your life. Try to, of course, always wait for the moment where the price becomes attractive. Always negotiate. You know that they are selling these things at an immense premium. So you don't have to feel sorry for the gray marketeer when you're asking for a deal.
Mm. I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be on this channel if we didn't agree.
But
Imagine
that's
we
too bad.
disagreed.
That's too bad, Professor. If what happens if we ever
Disagree.
disagree about something? You will just leave? You'll leave me like
No,
that?
no. How can I leave you? No, never, never. But I agree completely. It's a guy asked me the other day, "Oh, hey, my friend, I want to buy one watch." I said, "Oh my God, again the same question. One watch." I said to him, "Is it you want to have something special, or you?" He said to me, "No. In your opinion, what will be the one watch?" I said, "Which brand?" Because there are many. He said to me, "No, the Crown, the Crown." Okay. I said, "Well, if this is my opinion, if I had to choose and I didn't care, do you care, if you walk out and people look at you, wrist presence, is the guy kind of a vegetable salesman, no vegetable salesman? Do you have problems with identity?" He said to me, "No. Anything you want, please suggest." I said, "Okay." So I said, "Do you have a problem with money? Is it?" He said, "No problem with money." Okay, excellent. You have problems with eyes? He said, "No problems with my eyesight." Okay. So I said, "If I were you, I would go for either Daytona Platinum or Day Date Yellow Gold. Go full blast, my friend." And he said to me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Yes, I'm very serious." Um, that was my advice, of course, you know. And if I had one watch to pick at my age, because it all depends what age you're in. If you're 30, I don't think you really want to wear a gold day date. It doesn't, it's not suitable for the age group. But if you're older than like myself and you say, how many years do I have left? Maybe I have another 20, 30 years and I kick the can. And, how many good years do I have? you know? And so I said, look, in my opinion, get that one watch. And he says, okay, I'll go to the authorized dealer. And of course, the haggling and all of that nonsense that goes on with these authorized dealers. But that will be my choice, and I would agree
Mhm.
with you completely that, if you want to go and get that one watch, okay, this is now we're entering the time when you can negotiate, and if you wait a bit more, you will negotiate even a better deal. But if you're to buy one watch, that's the way to do it. I agree with you, Lord.
By the way, just so we have an idea, there's a section on watch thefts, right? And this is page 22 of the full PDF of the report. And I'm glad, despite you have entire YouTube channels that have two premises: to
Yes, good
highlight
point.
watch theft and help friends sell watches. Even then, 46% of the people, still the majority, feels safe when they're wearing their luxury watch. 30% of them are only anxious, only nervous when they are in unfamiliar surroundings, right? I'm nervous when wearing my watch traveling abroad. And 30%, I'm nervous when wearing my watch in crowded places, which is actually the opposite of my experience, right? Even though I almost always feel absolutely safe, I feel more ill at ease if I'm wearing my most precious piece, which is sentimentally my Submariner. Um, there are times where I feel like you're just walking on your own and not necessarily in the most elite part of the town. You're whistling, etc., to make yourself feel better. That's when I feel nervous. But hey, some people feel more nervous when they're in crowded places, by all means. And then only 17% say I'm nervous almost at all times when I'm wearing my luxury watch. So it's that's interesting. I'm encouraged by these numbers, actually. I'm glad that most people who actually live their own lives and don't listen to talking heads, which includes the two of us, of course, online, still feel safe when they're wearing their luxury watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think you should wear it and go around, and there will always be incidents of theft. Now it's more prominent because it reaches headline news, because
Mm.
headline news is all about things collapsing, economies falling. So it's the same genre of topics that newspapers want to cover. Oh,
Mhm.
economy down. Now there is increase of theft, robbery, burglaries, knives going around, and all of that. So it suits people's themes of what is happening in the general sense, and this is very important. I think, yeah, this I wanted to touch on this,
Yeah. So
Lord.
OG Hash Hockey says $5. Thank you so much, Professor. Do you feel there is organic growth in horology, or is it artificially driven by auction house hype, guilty as charged, and economic uncertainty?
This is an excellent question. So there are two things. I think there is organic growth. I think there is true demand, if we can call it, you know. However, for long, and it's not something that you see today, because I've been observing the watch industry since the early 2000s. Um, not just as a collector, but because I had a lot of relatives who were involved in the business of selling watches, and then I got myself involved.
I was
Auction houses
I was so scared that you were gonna say that I have relatives who steal watches.
who steal watches. Yes, I have relatives who steal watches. They have been in the business of stealing. Yeah, I got my cousin Vinny. So to to the point about all of this is that there are some brands which I don't want to name, that have historically propped up the auction market for their own watches for a very long time. And that created a noise. So the industry got hyped 20 years ago and 15 years ago through these kind of insider trading collusive practices. Certain brands would buy their own watches for their museums, and that will hype the name and the model. Um, but that was 15 years ago. I think today this is happening, but also there is natural demand, meaning from all of you, all of them out there who really get into watches for different reasons, but there is a movement very different and distinctive than what we had 20 years ago, 30 years ago. What Lord said about the Italians in the 80s uh, partially saved the Swiss watch industry, and in particular Rolex, because of the quartz debacle. They came in, and Italians like to wear particular brands. You're not an Italian if you don't have a Submariner. And I agree with Mitch that Rolex steel is a bargain. I think for my own kind of thinking in terms of age group, I would go, full blast, one watch, that's it. But in general, no, I truly believe there is an industry trend based on fundamental demand, much more than we saw 5, 6 years ago. 5, 6 years ago, look, 5711 didn't exist in people's minds. They didn't even know what's a GMT. They thought it's another planet. It's just called GMT. Today, people do understand. And recently, I went to a shop and somebody was quoting the calibers, and I was amazed because you wouldn't see this 20, 15 years ago. People know reference numbers, and hence this channel and other channels and all of us here. So I think there is real demand.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was just talking to Alex Greenberg from Cherry Creek Watch Company, who used to be based in Denver, Colorado, and they still have that, but they have opened up a store in Beverly Hills as well. And he was talking about the days of his youth, his early 20s in London, where he had this one older jeweler that he would keep visiting and bothering because he had these what do you call it, Tupperware containers of vintage watches. Just Tupperware containers with cloth and watches kind of wrapped in them. And he was, of course, already kind of nerdy and inquisitive about this. So he would ask things like, is this bracelet period correct? What kind of movement is in this watch? And the old guy would tell him, how am I supposed to know? And what are you gonna do with that? Like, so it's even for people who used to be in this trade and used to be in collector circles, had a different level of interest and a different way of relating to those watches. The internet really changed the game, not always for the better, but I think for people who are committed and passionate about acquiring knowledge and who are willing to also combine what they find online, what they read on forums, what they read on resources online, with real life hands-on experience, as well as established reference books for a given brand, a certain model, for a specific genre, because there are still these kinds of books which are just not available online. They're not digitized in the same way, right? You want to learn about Universal Genève. There are like a couple of books, and especially Pierluigi Sala's book, that is still the main reference, and the book is sold out, right? When you find copies now, people try to charge $400, $500 for it. There's an electronic copy that you can get through the author. Or Helmut Koch, who still is somehow at the helm of one of the most extensive Patek Philippe databases that are independently sourced, independently from the brand, had published a couple of years ago this book called Le Cadran, that was cataloging all these different productions of dials from all the different Swiss manufacturers. Right? You can't find that kind of information on a website. It is in the book, right? There's no alternative to it. So as long as you are willing to commit and read extensively and exhaustively, combine that with hands-on real life knowledge of actually taking these watches into your hands, trying them on, popping them open, looking at the calibers, educating yourself with the guidance of someone who knows more than you do, and when necessary, going into those reference works. The internet has made a lot of positive changes. I think it has really enriched the hobby. It has broadened the customer base for these brands. They should ultimately appreciate the kind of work that was done by the forums, by the enthusiast communities, by the hobbyists, and then also by platforms like Hodinky, Revolution, and beyond. And Hashrocky says, thank you. That's what I was alluding to. If the watch knowledge was increasing at all, and I think I agree with the professor that it is.
What do you agree with now?
That's in fact, it's not just an artificial growth.
Yes.
There has been an organic growth in terms of the number of enthusiasts who not only speak with their money, but also devote time, which is, after all, the most valuable commodity, to learn more about wristwatches.
Yeah, and I think you said that YouTube provided a platform. Look, guys, in the early 2000s, as you said, I mean, the watch collectors, and before that, there were just a bunch of weird people, going around telling other people, had you bought 2 watches or 3 watches? I remember back then I had bought 3 watches, and somebody asked me, "What are you doing with those watches?" Well, I said, I collect them. I was just an enthusiast at that point. People looked at you and thought you were collecting, weird stuff, right? Now it's a huge, huge market. We're all here discussing watches, and it's late your time and early morning my time. But there is a genuine community, thousands and thousands of people, if not millions, who are looking at these things, and I think it will continue. What is interesting in that report, I forgot, and it goes back to something I read, is that a lot of the and this is the interesting bit between the electronic watch or the smartwatch versus the mechanical watch, is that some of them, I forget the percentage now, prefer to have watches on both wrists. One is the smartwatch, and the other is the mechanical watch, and that's an interesting trend. And I've seen it in a lot of people. They wear the expensive watch on the left, and then on the right they have some kind of a smartwatch to keep up with their steps or heartbeat, or am I going to have a heart attack tomorrow? Something like that.
God forbid. God forbid.
God forbid. But so, it's interesting that now people are beginning to think in this way, and this could be a way to avoid the collapse of the Swiss watch industry in the era of the smartwatch, because definitely, remember, Lord, we said it before, in the bracket up to the 2,500 Swiss francs, which is the same as in dollars, the equivalent in dollars, the Apple Watch and the smartwatch has really destroyed the Swiss industry in that segment, and everything below that gets destroyed. So that could actually mean that even if we have the development of a smarter watch, which is the case, it's only a matter of technology and time when the smartwatch will be doing so many things. And now, what is interesting, and I wanted to say this, is now the smartwatches are beginning to show you not just the health benefits, but the necessity of having the watch because it has an alarm, because it wakes up the neighbors, because it tells you, as most recent phones that the car is crashing and it calls directly an emergency and all that, it's becoming a necessity. And the only way people are reacting to this, the connoisseurs, the collectors, is that they wear the expensive watch on the left, and on the other, they wear the smartwatch. That's an interesting development I found in this report.
I have seen it even. I've seen it even on Instagram. Some people who, so in the menswear community, I'm engaged with them as well at this, at a certain level. They have these spreads of what they're gonna wear during the day. They kind of put it together and pose it without themselves inside it. It's a strange custom, but it's a way that like fashion stores sometimes present their clothes. Anyways, I see as part of the day's ensemble, sometimes they would put like a smartwatch or a Fitbit and the other mechanical watch they're gonna wear. It's become even a part of conscious self-presentation, not just a practice for the utilities sake, which is how you describe them, which is how it is largely. I agree with that, but even it has become a certain aesthetic already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and this is an interesting trend, and probably this will continue, and probably this is what will save the industry. And the other, of course, takeaway from this report is that, unlike what we said in the past, or at least what I said, that there is this fear, the challenge that the new generation, my kids, will they appreciate my watches? Probably habitually, my kids will say, "Oh, this is daddy's watch, we'll keep it." Well, God knows if they're going to wear it, but there is some hope with what's happening to the millennials that they are beginning to appreciate the value of watch. And I do see more younger people lined up to visit, authorized dealers. And this is interesting for the watch industry in Switzerland. Why are you laughing?
OG Hash Hockey, $2. Thank you so much. The iWatch is the new stethoscope. And
Yeah,
Big Meech was cracking a joke earlier, which I'm not gonna
really?
read because
What
it's a little nasty.
nasty? It's okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Apple, big win. Oh, okay. Yeah, yes. Look, the latest one, it looks like a saucepan. I don't know what you do with it. It makes Panerai look like a small lady's watch.
Oh yeah, Big Meech has one already. I think the whatever it is called, the Apple Watch, the new Apple Watch, the one that's big.
Yeah, the Ultra.
Yes, since of course Big Meech has such hefty masculine wrists, he went out of his way to get it, and it looks absolutely it looks absolutely out of place, especially on someone like Big Meech who knows his watches, who has a very nice collection. I don't know why he does it to himself.
Why? I don't know. We we are into technology, Lord. A lot of us are into techno. No, you're not into technology. You decided
No,
to, no, no.
I'm
Well,
only I'm only into this technology that allows us to have this particular conversation here and now. But I'm not overly enthusiastic about everything. I forget which brand this was, but they had a beautiful billboard
hmm,
ad that I saw online, but that they had put up in New York City, and it was advertising a mechanical watch by saying, um, "This watch allows you to check the time without having to read 1,300 unread messages," which is what your Apple Watch does to you, because we already try to take a break from these little
yes,
things,
yes, no,
right? So
yeah,
if
yeah.
I have on top of the smartphone, if I also have a smartwatch,
You go
beyond
crazy.
beyond being a Luddite, beyond being a purist for the mechanical watch, I don't like having an Apple Watch because it doesn't leave me alone. I want to stay away. I want to be disconnected. I want to be
Yeah,
sometimes just completely shut off from the world of work. I want to have my quiet time. I want to enjoy myself. So Apple Watch doesn't allow you to do that. I mean, of course, you can always say, turn the damn thing off, turn the alerts off and whatever. Sure enough, you can do it. But on your wrist, it's it means you're connected. It means you're part of the grid. So for me to have all these conspiracy theories about, oh,
mm,
they're gonna put in us this or that, and then be so willingly uh, to participate so willingly in the whole infrastructure, it seems just absurd to me. So I rather stay away from that.
I couldn't agree more. It's the issue here is I have my relative, my aunt is visiting Boston
Hmm.
as we're speaking, and she walked into an Apple store and she
Right.
wanted to exchange her phone. I said, okay, fine. And she said, oh, these beautiful watches. Would you like to have a watch? And I thought about it for a minute or two. And I said, do I really want to have a watch where not only am I seeing all the time my phone, looking at my phone, but now I want to feel on my wrist something vibrating, all the time, to your point. And the thing about mechanical watches is that um, it is alive. It is it's a living thing happening in your wrist, whether it's a simple watch or a complicated watch, it's alive. And that's the only thing that keeps me human, more so than 20 years ago, 30 years ago, because our cars are smart, right? That damn thing thinks more than I do. And the watches are getting smart. Everything is getting smart. Humans are
Eh,
getting dumb.
that's what I was gonna say.
Eh,
Everything is getting smarter except for human beings who are more stupid than yesterday. um Jamie Opulence is here. Thank you for being here. Apple Watch is like TikTok. He says, neither are for me. Gracias, señor.
and that's what we have in life. I mean, we are getting so much into the computer, the iPad, the this, the that, the we're getting monitored all the time. Google, Gmail, everywhere, everywhere. We're being monitored. The only pleasure I have in life is that mechanical watch on my wrist, cheap or expensive, doesn't matter. This is a living thing that vibrates, moves because
Mhm.
of my existence. So I live, therefore it lives.
Well, you know the The other thing is, of course, that we both of the mechanical watch movements, both types of movements, have their own romanticism, right? Like you said, when you have an Oyster Perpetual on your wrist, where you have a self-winding watch on your wrist that operates with your energy, with your activity during the day. So there is a certain utility to that, but there's a certain romantic inspiration in that as well, that it goes through the day with you, and it regenerates itself. It lives through the pulse, through the rhythms of your daily existence. Whereas with the hand wound watch as well,
Yeah.
it can be part of your daily ritual, just as you make your coffee in the morning, just as you prepare the breakfast for the kids. You wind your watch and get ready for the day, right? It is part of your way of breaking your fast in a way, right? Establishing that separation from the darkness of the night to the light of the day. So in both cases, you don't have the same thing with the smartwatch. OG Hash Hockey says $2. Thank you. Congrats on the monetization. Thank you, Professor. Let's keep watches dumb. Yeah, I'm happy with my dumb little watches on my wrist. Keep
And
me
the
happy.
other thing is you have a wrist watch, which, depending on your financial situation, it can be as expensive, if not even more expensive than a car. And you bring it along with you. It goes with you. You travel, you bring it with you. That's how I see it. I go to different countries, regardless if it's a very expensive watch or a whatever watch, it's with you. It's part of you. Um, your phone, your whatever, it will die, or you're gonna change it in a couple of years, 3 years. And I think you said it. The other day, our washing machine broke down. Lord, and the guy came in and said, "Oh, you have this brand? Forget it. These brands, every 5 to 6 years, they break down. They're innately made to break down in 5 to 6 years." And I asked him for another brand. He said, "Oh, that brand? The average age lifespan of that brand is 26 years. Of course, it's a German. It's a German washing machine." I said, "Okay, probably they're produced by Lange and Sohn." Um, I, I don't know.
Look,
He said to
I,
me,
I'll say this again. We usually have a apocalyptic narrative when it comes to the quartz crisis and how it affected the world of mechanical watches. And I mourn the loss of some very distinguished brands who either completely disappeared or never came back in the same way as much as everyone else. We also a lot of times lament the existence of luxury conglomerates in this industry that snap up every single independent brand and make a whole wing of like a whole spread of horological offerings that become indistinguishable and that don't reflect necessarily the kind of history and legacy we associate with that brand. But there is the other side of the coin. We talked about how Nicholas Hayek, in a way, rescued the Swiss watch industry, uh, and his ability and his example of harnessing the energies and the expertise and the legacies of a number of different brands in one corporate body has certainly become a model for many others. In addition to, of course, the very act of pumping all that capital into the industry to literally save it, and even saving the Swiss banks, you can say. For once, it was the other way around in a way, industry saving the banks. When it comes to the quartz crisis, imagine an alternative universe, a different kind of existence, where you didn't have quartz watches that were built on this principle of planned obsolescence, right? They are not supposed to be long lasting. They are not supposed to be sustainable, especially in their early beginnings. Their battery life wasn't 10 years, it was much shorter. So they needed service, in fact, much more regularly, much more frequently than a mechanical watch. And a lot of times they became dispensable. People just threw them away or put them in a drawer once they stopped. They didn't even take it to a battery change. If these watches did not become the enemy, quote unquote, the negative, the photographic negative against which the Swiss watch industry had to redefine itself on values of tradition, on values of handcraft, on values of long-lasting expertise that produces sustainable value. Imagine what would have happened. Imagine if we had a mechanical watch industry today that operated with the same principles as washing machines, as our smartphones, as our computers, which basically implement this principle of industrial production that we otherwise know as planned obsolescence, right? They're made to stop working 3, at most 4 years down the line. Whereas the mechanical watch, because it had the blessing and the curse of having to redefine itself against the quartz watch, saved itself from that vicious cycle of industrial production. What do you think, Professor?
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Swiss will be saved, or they will save themselves. I think there is a lot of appreciation today, which gives me hope that the industry will be saved. What will happen, of course, is this conglomeration of the watch brands. So there will be fewer independents and bigger conglomerates controlling a smaller pool. That is not good because there is a tendency to manipulate, collude, and so forth. But you know how conglomerationist can you be from here on? Since between the two groups, LVMH and Richemont, that's practically the biggest, and Cartier. And if you include Rolex, then you have the top of the top. What will be interesting is to see what happens to the small independents. And I think they will survive despite the difficulties that we're facing now. I think they will survive. Um, so I'm optimistic on for the watch industry. Um, I'm optimistic despite the hiccup and the difficulties. I think there was a viewer who joined your program yesterday. I wasn't there. It was JB who said,
Yes.
things will revert, and I do believe that. Yes, they will revert, not necessarily mean reversion, meaning that we're going to go back in 6 months to a year in the frenziness of what we were seeing 6 months ago and a year ago. But watches will go up in value over time. People will again have the ability to buy them. Incomes. Again, I'm overgeneralizing because this is not descriptive of what's happening in the US. It's more kind of what's happening in Europe, and still we don't see a lot of it in
Mm-hmm.
terms of the doomsday scenarios. But obviously, there is a substantial decline in gray market prices, and they will continue to decline because there was an article I shared with you. It was on
Yes, sir.
Bloomberg, and that article talked about the decline in gray market prices because of the increasing supply of new watches. So that will continue, and it will be compounded by the fact that you have people going through economic hardship, and that forces them to buy fewer watches. Hence, gray market prices are bound to go further down. It's not a 20% correction as these gray marketeers and pundits have it. It will go further down. We're still at the beginning of this. And if you take out the European market, I mean, even Rolex Geneva has announced that they will take out the lights for their main Geneva head office. The lights, they have these neon lights with the brand, and
Right.
uh, so things are changing. I mean, we're not in World War III, but things are changing. So I think that you will see a continuation. Exactly, that's the article,
Yeah,
and this
it's
is a Morgan Stanley report. Yeah.
and I know, of course, the headline is always supposed to be a little more on the, somewhat scandalizing side, but pre-owned watch market flooded with Rolex, Patek, and AP. Certainly, the numbers of watches that become available have increased on the secondary market and also through retail channels, through the regular channels. And the more watches there are available, even of the more desired pieces, the more examples that we can find on the secondary market, the more the prices will drop. And you explained it best, really. I mean, and it is a very simple insight of an economics of thrift as we are edging towards a new recession, as we are entering a new era of austerity. People are, in fact, becoming more hesitant in taking certain kinds of financial decisions, even and especially when prices continue dropping, because that puts them in the mindset of, oh, it will actually continue to drop. So I will wait even longer. I'll just keep saving my money.
Yeah, and this happened in Japan for a couple of decades. I'm not saying it's going to happen to all of us, but yeah, it's a natural behavior for all of us who would like to purchase, and we see declining prices. Case in point is when I asked you for a particular watch and you found it, Lord, and I said to you, "Oh, uh, let's wait." A natural reaction. Let's wait because things will go further down. And you do this for a house, which is a big purchase. Buying a house is the biggest, most important investment a human makes. Um, for middle class people, right? Super rich could buy several things of that nature, even a yacht. And then the second biggest purchase is a car. So cars don't go down in prices; they go up in prices. But that's for another discussion. Why they do very quickly because they put so much technology into it. So they keep on rising. But that's the trick of the industry, of the automobile industry, as well as inflation and all that. But they trick you by thinking that, oh my God, you're paying so much. Why are you paying so much? Oh, you have all this technology going into it. So that's how they trick us, partially, right? So I think, yes, people will opt not to buy in anticipation, especially in the gray market. People should wait, just wait. And the selling segment of the other side, the gray marketeers, are now selling more, want to sell more because they're in the opposite direction, meaning if they wait for 6 months, they're going to be stuck with inventory. They won't have cash. They cannot buy additional watches at a lower price to replenish their inventory at an averaging down effect. So they need to get rid of the stock. They're supplying the market with more and more. And people are saying, I don't want any of this because I'm expecting the price to go further down. So this is an interesting situation we're in, and it will continue. I don't know when will be the bottom. The other thing is, we talked about, efficiency in markets and all of that. First of all, don't time the market because there is no way you're gonna know when the bottoming out happens. And secondly, also topping the market, meaning, when will I sell my watch at the top end if you are into this? So don't time the market, but wait for all of this to go by. At least we'll be here, and I will pontificate and say with all convincing error that this is when 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 the market is going to start recovering. But we're not anywhere close to indicating that the market is recovering. We're still in the middle of this storm.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, we don't have to go into doomsday scenarios, but insofar
Yeah.
as prices continue to drop, specifically in the luxury watch market, we can only expect them to continue to drop further. I don't want to say the bottom has fallen off because
No.
it seems that there is a steady decline, steady drop in prices, but nothing as dramatic as that moment we experienced in last March and April. And hopefully, again, I hope this trend will continue rather than something more severe, because again, we don't want, we do want watches that are more reasonably priced, present better deals on the secondary market, but we don't want the world to be engulfed in further crisis and launch into economic uncertainty for possibly decades, right? That was Japan, the lost decades, right? We don't want that kind of situation, of course, for the
Yeah.
entire world.
I don't think it will happen. I don't think it will happen. The only certain, there is another thing that won't happen, is that we will not see the coveted watches at retail price in the gray market. I don't think we're going to see that. Also, we will see a continuation of this downward trend, but as you said, we don't know where it's going to stop. But there is this downward trend, and it's normal. Um, but I don't expect it to, for instance, let me use again the euphemistic reference to this, which is the Daytona. The Daytona, you're not going to find it at retail price in the gray market. You can be certain that this is not going to happen. And you're not going to find the 5711 at 32 or $27,000 or whatever it retails. 5711
Well,
doesn't exist. Sorry.
it doesn't even retail in stainless steel anymore.
I auto corrected myself. Yeah, I was under the impression it
No,
will
I
reappear.
completely agree.
Yeah.
Again, we have to be realistic, of course, even with our most optimistic expectations, in the sense that when you have very distinct cases, we were talking about the positive effects with OG Hash Hockey's question. Yes, the knowledge base has increased. There are more enthusiasts now globally who invest not only their money, but also their time into the hobby. They're much more knowledgeable than the average enthusiast 2-3 decades ago. They know more models. And when it comes to certain brands and certain kinds of watches, specific models, when the demand dwarfs the supply, the prices are never going to fall all the way down to the retail, barring a situation, where we live in a new Weimar Germany, where people will beat you up for the shopping bag, and leave you the loaf of bread. Unless we fall into those sorts of really dire times, very desperate economic times, you can't expect the holy trinity of hype watches, Daytona, Nautilus, and Royal Oak, to fall to the retail prices. Now, this is what is changing. Let me explain this. At the highest point of the hype, with Daytona, Nautilus, and the Royal Oak, every Daytona, every Nautilus, every Royal Oak had become so desirable that you could find like 33 millimeter quartz Royal Oaks for $40,000. Now those prices are going to come all the way down. Perhaps not all the way down to what they were in late 90s or early 2000s, but they have a long ways of coming down. For example, precious metal Daytonas on leather bands from a couple of generations back, 116519, they have started coming way down and already present attractive value propositions for someone who is not dead set on getting the latest generation of ceramic bezel stainless steel Daytona. Meech, welcome back. How are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
Hey. So you got your new Apple Watch, and you have some explaining to do.
Yeah, that I did actually. I guess in a nutshell, I've been always wanting to get one here. Well, at least towards the end of last year, I wanted to get one. And so I did end up getting this one because I think in a short side here, if I didn't like it, I knew I could flip out of it fairly easy here. But the safety features is kind of what really put me towards it here. Now I know it seems like a cliche statement, but realistically, it takes an ambulance roughly about 30 to 40 minutes, if I'm lucky, to get to one of my farm sites here. So, being in this hobby, especially during winter, I suppose, in farming, it's kind of a dangerous one. There's been a few close calls here.
Okay.
And there's been quite a few neighbors who have slipped and fallen on the ice, and they haven't been the same since. As a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, I heard one of the neighbors got pinched between a gate and some cattle, and he ended up fracturing one of his ribs. Not a fun ordeal. Thankfully, there's somebody there to help him. But anyways, given that I live alone here, I figured, screw it, why not get the Apple Watch here? Is it going to be life-saving? I don't know.
So what is?
But it's
What
probably better than nothing,
you do realize that you're talking about something to an absolute ignoramus. So I have no clue what you're talking about with the safety feature. Can you explain it for me? I'm sure my audience knows better than I do, but
now I'm going to explain this the way I understood it. I have yet to kind of sit down and watch a tutorial video on it, as I'm in the middle of harvest right now. So, from my general understanding, Apple's always had this, maybe not always had it, but for the last 2 to 3 generations of Apple Watches, they've had a fall safety feature, is what I believe the textbook term of what Apple calls it. And if you fall, I think the Apple Watch senses, and I think you can manipulate the time, but if it senses that you don't move within like 5 minutes, I believe it sends off I think it first vibrates. Then secondly, I think it used to send off a text message alert to your your emergency contacts. So that'd be like your brother, your sister, your mom, dad, etc. Um, so basically, it would kind of go off like a welfare check that you need a welfare check, which is kind of nice.
So
Especially again if you live alone.
this is fully on brand with Old Man Meech. Like it's like
Absolutely. I just
yeah.
had the guardrail set up in my bathroom, so when I get out of the tub, I can hold on to those for dear life. Um, but when I was interestingly though, when I was setting up this Apple Watch, I needed to type in my address, or I needed to confirm my address here. So
Mhm.
with this new update here, this new model, my general understanding is actual 911 services will be engaged should you actually require the assistance of it. That's my general understanding. I have to confirm this, but for someone like myself, I think that's actually kind of a very unique and very useful backup plan.
Here's an idea, by the way. It does make sense when you put it like that. I love Maldives. If Apple would just rotate that watch 90 degrees, so make it more, uh, in a way, sit in line with your wrist rather than perpendicular to it, I might pick one up. Right?
It's surprisingly fairly. I mean, it is made out of titanium, so that's kind of Apple's biggest flex here. And it is surprisingly light. It does kind of ride a little awkwardly, given that it's so tall. I believe it's like, oh shit, it's got to be like 15 millimeters thick, give or take, or at least tall. I don't know. I don't know if you use the word thick on that, but it's very tall. And I know Apple kind of advertised this as, oh, it's for hikers, it's for men of expeditions and stuff like that, but I just can't see it holding up well in like legitimate mountain climbing and things of that nature. Glass is going to do what glass does best, and that's going to break. It'll be interesting to see how long this device lasts.
Right. Look, I mean, I'm again, this is not my area at all. So I don't have much to say. I just don't like wearing smartwatches because they deprive me of that part of the day, of that moment where I'm just disconnected. I'm just alone in my own thoughts. And of course, you can always turn the alerts off. You can take the damn watch off if you want. I don't, until I actually go to sleep.
Right.
Until I actually go to bed, I actually don't take my watch off. So I never meshed with wristwatches. Of course, they offer something else, something more, you might even say, but it never quite interested me. But thank you for introducing a different perspective.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm not going to wear this obviously daily. It's more or less for the winter here, because winters do get pretty fucking brutal here in Minnesota. Summer and fall, I guess, are entirely two different things. But I remember my neighbor actually. She was in her garage, and she actually slipped and fell, and she either broke her leg or tore a muscle. And then she had to crawl inside her house because nobody knew she was out there, of course. And she had to crawl inside her house, and ambulance had to come and obviously scoop her up and take her into town. But yeah, we'll see. It's kind of like a small comfort of mind here during winter. I wouldn't be wearing it all day. Obviously, it's not really one of those watches that I'm really going to use a lot. It's not going to see a whole lot of time. It's usually just maybe 2-3 hours out of my day, and then it'll just sit in the corner for the rest of its life until it gets phased out.
Until the next generation, until it's obsolete.
Yeah, I mean, it still sucks. I had to pay the whole thing costs $800, which I think is fucking ludicrous. But
Well,
Is that, do they have an Apple Care for it? Do they have a certain warranty for it?
Yes, I believe so. Essentially, from my understanding, so I've never bought an Apple Watch, obviously, before until now. But from my understanding, it's a general 2 year 2 year warranty through your provider if you would take it, like if you have AT&T and Verizon. And I think Apple offers you, I think, another 2 years on top of that. I could be wrong, and I think Apple Care, from my understanding, is very general as well. It's just like, oh, if it's like the I don't know, if it's a legitimate manufacturer's defect, Apple will then kind of take care of it. But if you crack the screen or something like that, Apple will tell you to go screw yourself, essentially. So you have to go through your own insurance for it. So I did talk to the sales tech that sold me this one, and I said, realistically, I said, what? The average lifespan of an Apple Watch is technically 5 years. Now, I say the word technically because they'll see service for probably another 10 more years. But they usually get phased out every 3 to 5. It used to be, anyways, before the new model was released. I said, what do you see as far as the lifespan on this one? I said, it's a unique watch. It's the first of its kind. Do you see it actually? How long do you see it lasting? He said, I said, realistically, 7 to 10 years. He said, it's definitely something different, something unique. But he said, on the flip side of the coin, though, he said, I can see, he said, I've knocked this thing on so many door handles, chairs, tables. He said, I can see people complaining enough to the point where they'll shrink the case. So they'll come out with a mini series, and they'll have the large and the lady size, if you will. So he said, with Apple, you just never know. You just never know. But he said, for at least for the first 3 years, it's here to stay, and you should be able to buy with confidence, as he so generously ended the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not somehow, again, I'm not the audience for it, so no problems there, honestly. I don't know. I'm not sold, and I certainly don't believe that it will last a decade. This is not how people.
I don't think so either. I think it'll be like the standard Apple Watch, 5 years. 5 years. They might shrink the case down in the next 3 years. But yeah, other than that, I really don't interact with it. It's still sitting in its box right now. Like I said, I have yet to know what it all can do and cannot do. Like I said, I have to sit down and watch a YouTube tutorial video on how to operate the damn thing. I'm an old man, for God's sakes, Lord. I'm an old man. I'm too old for this smart tech. I'm too old.
I know. I mean, that's why you got it in the first place, right? Because you didn't want to hang one of those clickers on your neck, so you're wearing one around your wrist.
Believe it or not, I did not meet the qualifications to be able to qualify for a life alert at a heavily discounted price. So yes, this was the alternate route.
I'm glad you're familiar with the commercial. Professor, what do you think about the Apple Watch Ultra?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know about 5 years, but yeah. I think this is the segment they're trying to get into, all of these smart watches. It's the emergency services that they're offering, ambulance, crash, car, the siren, they have this loud siren. The Ultra has this siren. Mitch, how's the alarm, the siren they have, the emergency siren?
I have not tested it, but from a Instagrammer that I follow, she's huge into tech, I guess it's pretty loud. It's essentially designed to be loud enough that if you are buried in like a mini avalanche, I guess, EMT services are supposed to be able to hear said sound.
Okay, so this is good for desert and for snow. So if you're in it, you're stuck in
Correct.
the
I
desert.
think Apple boasts it can withstand temperatures of negative 25 degrees. I might be off
Wow.
on that, but it definitely can withstand colder temperatures. Is what they state.
Yeah. Yeah, I see them going into that segment. It's the necessity segment. So people this is a new category for them. All of them will get into it, the necessity. I need to have it because if something happens, God forbid, one in a lifetime event, I need to have the watch. I need to make the call. I think this is where they see a niche market. Yeah.
And I mean, it does actually fit with all the other aspects of the smartwatches that drive people towards it, right? Which are somehow obliquely defined as health benefits, right? The steps counter, it keeps your heartbeat in check, even apparently can detect sleep apnea or something, because it listens to you while you're asleep, which I'm glad they're finally admitting that. I always knew that my phone listened to me in my bedroom. It's I'm glad it took them until now to recognize it. Yeah, that's how it hooks you up, Mitch, with exactly what you want. Your
I
smartphone
could say so
realizes
many
your
things right now,
fantasy.
but I just won't.
Thank you for not stooping down to my level. But yes, so there are all these health benefits that you can think of, and I understand that. When I was still actually an athlete, we had a very rudimentary form of this, with something to be worn on the wrist, and something that you wore right around your chest, so you get a good reading of your heartbeat at all times, so you can train a certain way, know how hard you're working yourself, know when to rest, know when to take it down a notch, know when to take it up a notch. So it's not I'm not unfamiliar to that aspect of it, but I would, like Meech said, I would rather save it for that said activity. If it's an exercise, if it's a particular kind of outing where you might need those features, whether it's your heartbeat or the emergency alarm functions. But otherwise, I don't see for myself a use for this stuff. JB says people put the tape on laptop but always have a phone pointing at them.
I would say overall, 90% of the people, maybe 95, 90. Let's call it 90. 90% of the people don't need an Apple Watch. If you're not someone like myself who, or even like for like the elderly in general, or for kids, if you don't have, well, you're not using it to keep track of your kids coming back from school, keep track of the grandparents. If you're not in the medical field, if you don't have medical conditions, you have no business buying this Apple Watch. Honestly, it does nothing. It does nothing other than depreciate. It probably depreciates more than a fucking car, honestly.
I mean, look, lasting value is one of the mantras of this channel. So that does matter to me. Of course, it costs much less than a luxury watch, but at the end of the day, that does it
But they are
last?
charging a luxury premium. That's what's fucked up about it, in my opinion. It's fake luxury. It's fake luxury for the common punter.
I mean, it's almost $1,000. It's almost $1,000. So it's not like they're giving them away necessarily.
Yeah, but the quality is not there. You're getting a cheap and nasty rubber strap, or in this case, my case, I got the nylon. Or does it come with a leather band? No, I don't believe so. But my point is, then you just you add cheap glass to it, and then I would assume it's the lowest grade titanium you can get for $800. You just to me, the product does not match the price tag. I would say this watch is probably worth $500 at the heaviest. and that's out the door price. That's your tax included.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I don't know what they use to source. Actually, there is one of the great things that Apple did was they took over one of the historic theaters here in downtown Los Angeles, Tower Theater, and they restored it, really more or less as still a space that looks like a performance space and ultimately really looks like a secular temple of sorts, which I'm sure was very consciously implemented. But all that being said, it's a nice space and it's a good excuse for me to go and check it out. I don't think you will see a footage of that anytime soon on this channel, but it is what it is. Jake Brooks says, I saw the Octo Finissimo at the Bulgari dealer at LAX. Hey, you should have said hi. On my way further west. I know that you're on your way somewhere else, so I don't begrudge you for not paying a visit. How did you like it? Did you actually like how it fits on the wrist? I don't know. I know it's an acquired taste, but I actually like the Octo Finissimo. I know they're really trying very hard to make it the new hype watch. I really don't care about whatever else and whoever else wears it, but it is in a way very balanced in the way it wears. Even in steel and in titanium, it's even more pronounced. Even in steel, it kind of disappears on your wrist because of the slim profile, because of how little it weighs, because of how the bracelet is integrated and the buckle is integrated into the bracelet, right? It just sits really well on the wrist, but it has an immense wrist presence. It's a very noticeable watch, and it's the kind of watch, again, kind of like the unusual shaped watches, like the Reverso, like the Tank. It has a particular mystique around it that makes it a conversation piece of sort. Yeah, Jake Brooks says it's so nice. I love the size, thin. This must be the titanium model because the steel is cheaper. He says 14K, no custom duty, so thin, 14 and a half, in fact, he says. Yeah, that must be the titanium model, which is very monochromatic, a very particular kind of aesthetic. I do prefer the steel version, but the titanium one is richer because it emphasizes what the watch really tries to bring onto this world. The blue dial is nice, but I actually prefer the gray one in steel as well. Where is that? I think this is the steel, yeah. Which is 12.9. It has kind of a monochromatic aesthetic. Very industrial looking. As you guys know, it's basically an iteration of the original Octo design by Gérard Janta, but not really. It's basically a redesign based on that adds multiple layers to the case. And again, the thing I like about it is it's not trying to be something else, right? It's not a copy of this or that. Much like the Lange Odysseus, it's its own thing, and that drives certain people away. For me, it's a point of attraction. and it is ultra thin, to the point that I'm sometimes afraid that it will disappear. If I ever get it, it would disappear on my wrist from the forest of arm hair that I have. Yes, it is certainly better than what you see in the pictures, and people are usually hesitant. A lot of times we form a lot of opinions. This is the bad part of the internet. We form a lot of opinions from received wisdom of others on the internet, whether it's something we read or we watched, and we don't actually go out and try these things for our own benefit. And I think this goes for watches also. We look at the specs. We say, oh, it's 35 millimeters, it's too small. It's 43, it's too large. It's 41, I wish it were 40. But we never go out and try it sometimes, and that's I think that's a big loss. We get lost in these technical specs and details and don't actually experience it in the world. And again, you need to find that balance if you actually want to be educated about watches. So, Mitch, do you have any other projects? You seem to have expanded your collection in the last few months. Are you looking for something else?
Not really, honestly. I might add an Explorer 2 come December. I might buy a vintage one from 2000. I want to get at least 2009 and newer. We'll see what happens, honestly. Other than that, yeah, no. I might take a year off here because I joined the wait list for a new truck here, and that he told me that's going to be about 6 to 7 months. So we'll see what happens there. Should be looking down the barrel of about 50 to 60 grand, somewhere's in there. I don't know. We'll see. After that, I'll probably start making a push for a paddock. Let's see here. By then, I'll be nothing but a speck of dust withering away halfway into the urn. I'm gonna have Mike the Snake make me an urn, and I'm gonna put myself into it. So I will be 30 by then. No, 29. 29. Excuse me.
That's very morbid.
Close.
That's very morbid. But your spiritual age is, of course, almost twice as that. So that's plenty. That's plenty. 29.
Exactly.
But yeah, as you guys know, Mitch looks at his journey in collecting watches as a career. That's why he very consciously chose that term. I'm taking a year off. He's on a sabbatical next year.
Exactly. Maybe even seeking retirement. Who knows? It might be time to close the watch box, hang up the gloves. Who knows?
Yeah, I know the professor has a few projects. Maybe a watch that will match his current attire.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I don't know I'm colorblind, so I don't know what color, but this I can see yellow. Yes.
You are. You're colorblind. Okay. It's more common. It's more common than people think. Color blindness.
Huh. Yeah, I don't think
Is it more common or is it more misunderstood? Like,
what do you mean by that?
People will say like, okay, like teal. Like people will say it's more of like a blue when it's actually a teal, and somebody will just say, "Oh, you're just colorblind."
No, that's I think that's I think we in modern time we privilege the power of sight to such an extent that we think of it as almost objective fact, and that we perhaps don't think about all these different nuances. But some people are more more nitpicking and more detail oriented when it
Right.
comes to smells, when it comes to tastes, when it comes to what they see. And for some people, it's just a shade of blue. Color blindness is more like, when you might
Can't see the
confuse
color. It's all gray,
red,
right?
red and green, for example. We are not talking about different shades of brown or blue, but your inability to separate what are otherwise distinct colors. Right, Professor? I mean, if you are suffering from it, you would be a better person to explain this.
Yeah. I mean, they give you a test where you do these. You look at a picture and there is a number, and if you're colorblind, you can see the numbers. Normal person sees the numbers, so whenever they do the test, I don't see any numbers. So I cannot see the green and the brown,
Mm.
and I think these are the two things, green and brown for me. But then shades of orange get diluted. Um, yeah, so there is degrees. I mean, I'm not like a dog where you see black and white, but I'm getting there.
I don't mean to laugh, but it reminds me of the time. Short story here. So my old man, which would be, my grandma, his mom was very punctual about dressing nice, especially to like formal events, like the family dinners, weddings, and shit like that. And the old man was colorblind. The color was brown. He couldn't tell it. So I think it was a family dinner. He showed up wearing two different shades of brown shoes, and he knew what he was doing 100%. He just did it to piss off his mom at the family dinner. And he showed up, and his mom comes up to him and is like, "You realize what kind of shoes you're wearing? Oh my God, you're wearing two different color shoes. You need to go home and change." I said, "Well, are you telling me these aren't black?" "No, they're two different colors of brown. Go home and change." My old man loved doing that to her. It just drove her up the walls.
Nice. Yeah, look, I mean, dressing up should be fun. Of course, there are certain rules, but you can't follow them to that extent. It takes the joy out of those occasions. I feel like when you're too straitjacketed. Of course, you know that weddings and funerals are other kinds of occasions where you have to abide usually by what people expect from you. But yeah, you gotta have some fun. I'm glad your late father had that sort of approach, had that sense of humor.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I told you about the time he brought a stripper home to the family Christmas dinner, didn't I?
You did not.
Oh shit! I'll catch you for another day.
All right. Um, okay, two questions. Maldives, while I work on this, what do you want me to pull up specifically? Oh, there's a new Nautilus out. Yes, I told you guys it's coming back. Professor, can you try to answer this question? Read an answer
Mm.
while I pull it up.
Okay, Professor, do we see the bullwhip? Yeah. Bullwhip. In action in luxury goods. Hmm. Yes, in some ways we do, because if we split the world into two, so we go into Asia, which has been the dynamo for the last 10 years or so for the luxury market, we do see a decline in demand. Um, Causes, there are many, but we do see a decline for luxury goods in Asia, principally Hong Kong, China, and so forth. So yes, do we see it equally in Europe and the US? Less so, but we do see a decline in luxury goods somewhat. Still, we're at the beginning, so I don't think that you see a total decline, kind of a sharp decline, but we do see it in all kind of categories, and it's to be expected. Yeah.
So here it is. Actually, the Nautilus is back. The new reference is 5811. It actually has a bigger case,
5811.
bigger case, 41 millimeter rather than 40.
Mm.
Um, it looks very similar aesthetically, apparently, just a bigger case, different material, of course. I'm sure the steel is going to come back too soon enough, but you might see the situation where the steel is reserved for limited runs rather than the precious metal. This will be my speculation. That's the impression I'm getting from the company, from their approach. They are making increasingly different kinds of watches in steel, sporty watches in steel, and trying to move away from steel Nautilus, steel Aquanaut. They're not going to ramp up their production for those models for sure. It also says those who appreciate what made the original jumbo, which is to say reference 3700 that we were exploring at Sotheby's auction lots just a little while ago, there are some subtle notes in this new design. The new 5811 features a two-part case, which harkens back to the monoblock case of the original Nautilus. That's very interesting. 5711 always had a modern three-part case construction. The tricky thing about these two-part cases is taking the movement in and out of the case, since there's no case back to be opened, right? You know, the movement is front-loaded basically, and then the case closes, hint, hint, like an oyster. In the old days of the 37, this was solved via the split stem approach that allowed the winding stem to well split apart from the rest of the watch so that the entire movement could then be lifted out of the watch's front side. Patek now says it solved the problem with a new system that enables the winding system to be pulled out from the dial side. The new case construction is a historical wink not only to the original jumbo, but also the inspiration of the Nautilus itself. After all, Gérard Janta's muse for the Nautilus design was the porthole of a ship. The idea being you had to open the porthole to get inside the watch. Still has the case back. I don't know if it's the angle of the photograph, but I kind of feel that the enlarged case screwed up the proportions and the watch looks more elliptical and elongated in this vertical manner, but it might be just an optical illusion. Don't take my word on it. We are just working with pictures. The movement inside the new white gold is the Patek caliber 26-330SC, the same that came inside the last version of 5711, so no improvements there. Water resistant to the same 120 meters. Why bother? You know, if people are gonna buy it anyways, why offer any improvements? Just keep it the way it is.
Keep it. Yeah.
Make minimal effort. You know what? Why even try? Finally, Patek has updated the bracelet's clasp. Okay, that's good because that was a sticking point with the Nautilus. It's now a fold-over clasp, but features a new lockable adjustment system that allows you to easily adjust the bracelet size by 2 or 4 millimeters. Wow. Welcome to the late 20th century, Patek.
Welcome, Patek. Yes. Welcome.
It will retail for right under $70,000 US.
Excellent.
When Patek introduced the steel olive green last year, the MSRP was half that at $35K.
Yeah, go crazy. Value for money.
Yeah. Again, I don't know what the proportions will be, but I'm never encouraged when I hear there's an enlarged case. So apparently, Patek website has more releases, so we might take a look at that right after this. But I want to hear from our panelists about what they think. Any Anything exciting for you, Meech, out of this?
I don't know. I could take it or leave it, honestly. I never. I mean, I do want a what is it, the 5712 or whatever it is, and rose gold and blue. But other than that, I really don't pay attention to the Nautilus line at all.
You mean the asymmetric dial with the moon phase 5712, right?
Is that what it is? I don't know. It's an annual. I think it's an annual calendar, isn't it? No, not an annual calendar.
That's
No, I think you're right.
5726, I think, the annual calendar version. I think that's
Yeah,
57.
that might be it. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I really didn't pay that much attention to it because I just don't have the funds to swing it right now. So therefore, I don't recognize reference numbers or remember. Excuse me. Beside the point, though. Other than that,
No.
yeah, I really don't pay attention too much to the Nautilus line. I've seen a couple of them in store, mostly ladies models, but I just yeah, it is what it is.
And they brought back the 5990.
What do you think, before we jump onto that discussion, Professor, what do
Yeah.
you think about 5811?
5811. So
Yeah.
it's a nice regurgitated show from Mr. Stern there, who is not innovating. He should wake up and smell the coffee. It's the same caliber with a bit of a enlarged case, but it's what we call old wine in new bottle, or new wine in new bottle, but it's basically the same stuff. So no real innovation. You know, the clasp, okay, fine. They changed the clasp in all the other steel watches, and so it was anticipated. Number two, you're paying, of course, they're doing the same trick as everybody else. Precious metal, go crazy, pay $70,000. Okay, and then they'll bring out in a couple of years the steel one. They will hype the market again. So they shut down the 5711 because they said that they didn't want to be defined by this watch, right? Remember the garbage talk? This is the
Right.
garbage talk of that mister. He said, "Oh, I don't want to be defined by the Nautilus." So here we are again. We're being redefined, and we're hyping the market again for the Nautilus, because definitely they will bring out the two-tone and then the steel. By the time they produce the two-tone, so they're following the Rolex way. It's good that Patek is now copying Rolex. They're recognizing that Rolex is a top brand and the top of the pyramid, and they're doing exactly the same thing. So instead of innovating and producing, let's say, three of the same watches, two-tone, precious metal, and steel, they're going again the Rolex way. Welcome again. It's good they're marketing themselves as Rolex, but there is no innovation into this. It's exactly the same caliber. And they're producing again the 5990, same stuff. So they canceled it a couple of years ago, and now they're regurgitating the old stuff they brought into the market. It's ridiculous.
You know, I actually have since you mentioned 5990, let's focus on that, because one of the highlights on Patek Philippe's website is the 5 new chronographs they brought out. This is the 5990, which is combining the travel time function right here with that of a flyback chronograph. Yeah, what is different about this? Is this also an enlarged case?
No, it's the same case. Exactly the same case.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, at least for the same price as that new 5811, this is so much more of a watch, right? I'm saying this as not being a huge fan of the Nautilus design to begin with, but at least with this piece, you are getting a flyback chronograph, you are getting the travel time function. I think it has a very interesting balance into it, the case itself. I feel there's too much empty space, too much negative space, so to speak, on the standard fare of a Nautilus dial. But anyway, again, all of these are minor points. Ultimately, there is one watch that I like among these releases, and everyone feel free to send your choices. Of course, as you know, I'm just saying super chats are available now, so feel free to highlight your preference or your interest among these new releases. Mine, again, I have a few sticking points from a design perspective, but I'm very interested in terms of the complication in this mono pusher split second chronograph.
Yeah. Well, just allow me to say one thing about the, I want to go back to, I want to go back to this issue of the Nautilus, right?
Sure.
Because it was discontinued. It was discontinued on the basis that Patek Philippe and Mr. Stern said that we don't want to be defined by this hypeness around the Nautilus. And, he then made an interview where he said that, and then he allowed for certain nuances that there will be a new release and all of that, but he doesn't want to be defined. And then, yet again, Patek is going back to being defined by Nautilus, because again, it will define Nautilus. There will be a huge hype in my expectation, because they're producing both the 5811 and the 5990, and it wasn't really revolutionary, both of them. Same stuff. I mean, what I find in your comment is I agree. I do like the watch, the mono pusher. I also like the world timer, because the world timer that they released. I like world timers in general. I think they did a very good job with this one. The dial color is very nice. Maybe the center dial with these patterns. It looks like one of the floor tiles, but that's okay. It's unique.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to highlight the platinum perpetual calendar split second chronograph with the mono pusher is because it's something new, whereas the world time chronograph, chronograph is just a different dial color. That was previously in the lineup with a blue dial, which they discontinued. That was a special release with the green dial for Watches and Wonders, which was, I think, somewhat limited, but I don't know what the numbers were. And now it's with a salmon dial. So it's just the same thing with the new dial color, which is as unimaginative as possible. Whereas this, we can nitpick about certain elements of design and the execution of the functions, of the complications, but at the end of the day, this is one hell of a watch. I mean, it's a split second chronograph, mono pusher, perpetual calendar. It's a grand complication.
Yeah. I mean, like also the other grand complication they produced, the manual winding split seconds chronograph.
You mean the advanced research one that they released earlier, or?
No, you're referring. No, wait a second. The other one, the platinum.
Yeah, the white gold one. You mean 5204? So we were looking at the 5373
73, yeah.
And they also have 5204, which kind of continues that theme of green watches, which I think is more traditionally pleasing when it comes to its aesthetic.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They should stick to what they say. Yeah.
I like this one as well.
Yeah, this is very nice.
Good night, Meech. Nice of you to drop
Good
by.
night.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also like, by the way, the case design of this particular watch too. The curves, the stepped lugs. I find it really pleasing to the eye. And the darker the green, the better when it comes to these things. So again, I think another hit there. Of course, the day and night indicator, the leap year indicator, um, perpetual calendar chrono with the split second function. This, whoa.
Yeah, the price. Forget it. Let's buy a house.
This is crazy. Interesting. So I can't even imagine what they might ask for the platinum one with the mono pusher. That must be $500,000.
Yeah, do they say how much, or it's on
No,
request?
that says on request.
Yeah, on request. Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah, look, it is what it is. I agree with you. The Nautilus is I consider it not to be an aesthetically pleasing watch, but
But yeah,
who
that's
am
just
I?
personal taste.
Yeah.
I do agree uh, with the larger uh, desirability of the watch. It is what it is. This one again, it's just a different uh, execution of the guilloche with a pink gilt dial. Let's just split the difference and call it salmon. Um, but yeah, this doesn't really change much from the earlier references of the world time chronograph. It looks, let me put it this way, it does look more classical,
Mm.
right? It does look maybe dressier. In blue, it looked particularly sporty, which I liked. It also had the minutes counter, that chronograph register, subdial in quite a large size. So that had a lot to do with that aesthetic. This could have been a little more discreet, but though that new pattern they chose to decorate the center of the dial um, weirded me out a little bit. But that's probably because I'm used to the barley corn decoration that the world time has, unless of course it has an actual Clausenet painting of the world map. This is the 5935. It is the world time flyback chronograph with a new dial decoration and salmon dial, rather than the previous versions that had a blue and a green dial.
Okay.
Did you notice anything else?
No. The other thing is on the website. If you want to look at.
Oh no, all of these I'm pulling from their website. Actually, it's not. So 3 new
No.
versions, it says, of the Cult Nautilus watch. We have explored the 3 of the 5 chronograph releases that they have highlighted. Feel free to point us towards others. Apparently 5 releases of the Nautilus. We started with the 5811. The ladies version with the baguette cut specialty on the bezel.
Right. If you go to the website, the main website, what I found interesting is that they also have below the models, they have all these models, Patek Philippe watches, and you go further down on the main page. No, I think more down. You will see it's the home page. If you go to home, what I found interesting is that they make a reference to now being independent, family-owned, Genevan manufacturer. And they didn't say this before. And it's nice there. Now it's a new kind of approach to their branding. They're independent.
Except it's a picture from 2 decades ago, but yeah, never mind.
Yeah, it's 2 decades ago. Both of them don't look like that. No offense to both of them, but independent, family-owned Genevan manufacturer. Now they're highlighting the Geneva, whereas before it was less pronounced. Now it's more. But same picture, as you said, kind of 20-year-old picture.
Yeah. I mean,
because you can show actually the picture of Thierry Stern when he was visiting for the opening of a new store in the Middle East, and you had a picture on your Instagram, Lord.
Oh no, I didn't.
Was it you or somebody else?
Someone else. Yeah, when he was dancing with the swords and everything. Yeah, traditional.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, well, on mange bien, huh? He eats well. He eats well, so it comes with the territory.
Yes.
Speaking of 5712, there is a new version of that as well. It is this time with this bronze dial, kind of. I don't know what they call it. Sunburst brown, black gradient rim. Is there anything different about this, I wonder, from the previous generation? I mean, the dial color is different, of course, but of course they also have it in steel still. I know a lot of people actually used to prefer this particular watch to 5711 at a certain point in time, especially because of their particular attachment to the micro rotor caliber. That being said, that caliber made its way exactly into the new rose gold model, which of course remains unchanged except for a dial color.
And of course, you should expect that the 5712 will be rebranded in 2 years into a 5812.
Why not?
Yes.
Why not? I mean, you don't expect them to reinvent the wheel, right?
No.
Well, I mean, speaking of, I know you said it somewhat tongue in cheek, and again, these are just photos. Take what I'm gonna say with a grain of salt, but the rose gold seems to look like Everrose a little bit.
Hmm.
You know, that particular coppery, very almost reddish tints of Rolex's particular alloy of rose gold.
Yeah, yeah.
This looks like that rather than the more elegant shade they used to employ in their models. But again, these are just some are renderings, I'm sure. Others are actual photographs, but they're still photographs, and they don't show the same in real life as they do on the computer screen. So I'm not gonna pass any judgments, but I feel like, this maybe it's just the dial that makes it look a certain way, but I feel like the tint of the pink gold has changed.
Yeah.
Okay. There's something that I can check with this. This just says rose gold, right? So let's go to, for example, the golden ellipse. This also just says rose gold. Because sometimes they use this sort of codes, 5N and whatever else. Yeah, they don't specify. So they presented in 3 segments, basically the new collection, the 5 new chronographs, the 3 new versions of the Nautilus, and then a new philosophy. There is no star. Again, I think trying to impress that point that you have brought up again, Professor, that we don't want to become a one-watch brand. Why does Patek have so many collections? Because while each collection has a different character, each one allows us to innovate and to express ourselves. This and the knowledge that not all people who like our watches like the same watch. All right.
Well,
Thierry,
the only way people know about Patek is the Nautilus. So the success of Patek to the wider community, being rappers, hip hoppers, and all of that, is the Nautilus. And they are benefiting from that because a lot of people will say, okay, I cannot get the Nautilus, so I'll go and get whatever Grand Complication or the Calatrava or any of the other, or the Aquanaut, which they cannot also get. So the whether they like it or not, Patek is Nautilus, and that is an entry point. Everybody realizes they cannot get access to these watches, the Nautilus and the Aquanaut, and they go for everything else. And let's be realistic. And there are many watches like that in all the brands. AP is similar; it's the Royal Oak. Whether it's the offshore or all the others, it's the same. And Rolex is the Submariner or the Daytona. Oh, I want to get the Daytona, and they can't get the Daytona, and they start, going Datejust. Oh, okay, I'll get the Datejust or Explorer One or whatever. Yeah, I think this is what I don't like about the industry, that they're not being very transparent. If you think you're being defined by Nautilus and you're discontinuing Nautilus because you're only defined by Nautilus and you're bringing it back, then you're contradicting yourself and you're just telling people a story which is not true.
yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, they're not particularly worried about it, and
No, of course.
they are. Um, Look, I mean, they have wrapped it up in a neat package in terms of how they are relating that story. Like you said, they are emphasizing certain aspects of the brand, the independent ownership, the fact that it has been under the stewardship of the Stern family since the 1930s, who have already been and continue to be very well established and respected within the industry as dial makers for decades. That they are still independently owned. It's important that they're based in Geneva is part of their brand, like you said, that they are
and it's the last family owned, by the way. They have a big highlight that they are the last family owned Genevan watch manufacturer. That's another selling point. We're the last one.
By all means. I mean, LVMH is family owned too. Doesn't make me more fond of what Louis Vuitton is doing in this present day. So I don't understand the sentimentality about family owned companies. It reminds me of this beautiful, do you know the newspaper, the satirical newspaper called The Onion in the US?
The Onion. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So The Onion had this piece on McDonald's finally giving up on their image of being a family company and starting to hire people whose last name was not McDonald's. It reminds me kind of that absurd story. I don't care. I don't care whether Audemars Piguet is still owned and operated by the families Audemars and Piguet. I don't care if the Patek family is somehow resurrected and brought at the helm of Patek Philippe. I don't care if Sterns are almost celebrating their centenary at Patek Philippe. I look at the product. I look at their offering. And that's that's how
I mean, Rolex.
I
What
judge
should
them.
Rolex say? Rolex is a foundation. It's not even. There is nothing related to family owned. So, is Rolex worse or better? I mean, Rolex is the quintessential non-existence on the family rubric type of thing. In fact, they're contradicting themselves. Being family owned, I would say majority of the large firms in the world are family owned. So what are they telling us? And the others are not family owned. So for instance, Omega is publicly listed.
Let's forget about that nonsense. I mean, so
Yeah.
Swatch Group is family owned too.
Exactly.
Zan, welcome to the channel. I want you to explain this. You don't have to join the panel necessarily. This is the base Nautilus I would have always preferred. I just would rather have Thierry not make such a big deal about it.
Exactly. Excellent point.
But why is this the base Nautilus rather than the standard fare of Jumbo that you prefer, Zan? Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because I do think, again, you cannot, not that I'm going to hold any one of these in my hand anytime soon, but I do feel that the proportions of the watch have changed. Now, that can be positive or negative depending on your perspective. Yeah, it certainly seems to have been elongated a little bit in the vertical direction. Is that what you are hinting at, Zan, or do you have something else in mind when you say this is what the base should be? Or are you saying that it should have always been a precious metal watch? In either case, once again, thank you. I love Maldives. I love Maldives for bringing up this last minute release for us.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see it as well.
Zan says, I think the Nautilus design leans more luxury and dress. Yes, I agree, compared to the Royal Oak, especially if that's the point of comparison. And it makes sense to compare the two because they're both 70s designs. They're both trying to somehow straddle those two ends of the spectrum, sports watch, dress watch. They're both designed by Gerard Janta. They're both executed to be those luxury sports watch icons of of these two high horological brands. I would prefer the Aquanaut and Nautilus lines to be completely separate. Dress Nautilus in precious metal, Aquanaut in steel for sports. Okay, that's an interesting vision. I'm not necessarily against it, except I don't think a three-hander Nautilus is a $70,000 watch. But, the market dictates that, and the market is almighty, as we know. We can't argue with it. But this movement in a white gold watch does not make, at least for me, a $70,000 value. But that's just me. What do you think, Professor, about Zan's point that Nautilus should, in fact, own up to that dressier aesthetic as opposed to the Aquanaut, which is more humble, more down to earth, more sporty?
Yeah. Yeah, I like this distinction, although both of them are perceived as kind of sportier, but Aquanaut between the two is more sporty. Yeah, I like that. To also your point about the market, what the market determines. I think these brands, particularly Patek and the Nautilus, just like Daytona, just like the Royal Oak, the company determines what the market wants. It's not the market, because they are at a commanding height of determining what should the price be, and they can ask anything for it, and they will move the market. They have this unique pricing opportunity and command. So the market doesn't determine the price. It is them determining the price, and the market just moves in kind of a sheep herding mentality. So had they charged 200,000 or 300,000, like they did with the platinum model, not being charged, but it was in the market for these crazy prices, in the gray market, they would still get people to buy for it.
Of course.
So the market here is kind of stupid. There is a huge inefficiency in the market because these are hyped, beyond hyped watches. Everybody's going to demand now for a 5811, and of course they will not produce any of them, and you will see them in the gray market for $500,000 to $1 million and some crazy price like that. And Patek is benefiting from it because they will end up selling all the other lines on the basis of the Nautilus. The Nautilus is what defines, whether they like it or not, what defines Patek Philippe.
For the mainstream, yes, it is.
Yes.
It is what it is. You're absolutely right. I mean, same thing with what happened with Vacheron Constantin.
The overseas.
At the end of the day, Vacheron Constantin will remain with all its history, with all the archive of models they have, in a very special place for the enthusiast. But for their mainstream recognition, a watch they couldn't sell, right? A watch that they were giving actually discounts in their brand boutique has now become definitive of the brand, to the extent also, by the way, when they were giving discounts on the overseas, this is 2017, right? The overseas third generation came out in 2016. At that time, where people were saying, oh, they never give discounts, they had one in the vault, and when asked, they were offering a 5% discount. And at that time, the list price was somewhere 13 and a half or maybe 14, on which they were offering 5% discount. Now it's unavailable, and the list price is something like 33,000 or even more when it comes to the Vacheron Overseas in the boutique exclusive blue dial in stainless steel. You know, why do you think they have now an entire line of perpetual calendars, open work dials with Overseas? They look exactly like they are, what they are trying to do, which is the Audemars Piguet model. Let's use this as a canvas to experiment, as a canvas to show off what we can do horologically and in terms of certain kinds of traditional craft. And then suddenly, before you realize, in 2, 3, 4 years down the line, that sub-brand starts taking over and cannibalizing the rest of the brand. And with Overseas, it's even more dangerous because, again, that watch only really became this popular because Royal Oak and Nautilus was so unavailable. So it seems very shaky in Vacheron's part, at least with the Nautilus, with the Royal Oak. They all had their own aficionados for decades, even though, again, those were the outliers. Those were the crazy collectors. Those were people who had quirky taste. Those were the Nick Foxes of this world rather than the Auro Montanaris of this world. Do you know what I mean? So it's interesting now that these watches are suddenly thrust onto the mainstream and, in fact, in a way, become more recognizable and more desirable than the brand itself. And I don't envy them. I think that must be a very difficult situation to try to manage. We are actually in the last 20 minutes of this live stream, so if you have any questions and if you want them highlighted, feel free to send them in. Feel free to send them via super chats, which are available as of today.
I will have to excuse myself politely, Lord.
By all means,
have
sir.
a 9 o'clock, well, my time, which I really need to rush. I need to
Of
change
course.
my clothes.
Please.
But I will see you hopefully tomorrow.
I hope so. I hope so. Thank you for being here, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's always great having you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, El Professor is very vital to this channel, of vital importance. As you realize, one of the first few super chats that came in was congrats, where's El Professor? So it was good to have him. It was good to go through the Deloitte report on the Swiss watch industry with him, the 2022 report. There were a few interesting findings, which I will recapitulate. One was the increasing tendency of a younger base of customers who actually prefer to shop on the secondary market for watches, who actually prefer to go for pre-owned, and that is a choice guided by frugality more than availability, even though for some customers that is a concern as well, right? That they do go to the secondary market, they do go for pre-owned watches when certain models get discontinued, of course, and therefore become even less available through usual channels of retail. And they also had some comments about the new newly emerged creature, the watch investor, and they were talking about how now maybe roughly a fourth of buyers of luxury watches were more interested in investment potential of watches than anything else, right? There is a new genre, there is a new kind of customer, a new kind of quote unquote collector in the horological universe now, who treat watches exclusively as quote unquote investment grade assets. And one of the insights Deloitte had about that situation was that was also the same kind of customer who were more interested in speculation, which is really a kind way of saying flipping watches, than familial connections, then the legacy of those watches, then passing them down possibly to the next generation or longer. But then again, the larger trend, which is this increasing reliance of a younger generation of watch collectors on the pre-owned market, as opposed to the boomer generation who still staunchly prefer the traditional channels of retail, I think is a very encouraging sign. I think it is ultimately built on a principle of sustainability that's really important, that's really definitive for mechanical watches, that's integral to their identity, that is their selling point, in fact, right? The fact that they can actually last and outlast your lifespan, that they can be bequeathed onto the next generation, that they won't necessarily rot in some sort of drawer. All of these are ultimately what infuses these watches with lasting value. And finally, of course, they were also talking about the increasing reporting of watch thefts globally around the world, in big American metropolitan centers, in touristic areas in Europe, and of course, again, big European cities. And ultimately, what surprised me was, because this was a study based on surveys, that most people who responded to their question, are you feeling nervous when you wear your watches? The majority of them, which amounted to roughly 40%, simply said no. They wear their watches just as they did before, right? With, of course, with an important measure, with a good dose of common sense, but still in a way that allows them to enjoy those watches, allows them to make those watches part of their daily life. Of course, some also said that they do worry when they're in unfamiliar environments, which is to say, when they're on vacation, for example. Some apparently responded by saying that they feel more self-conscious and more nervous when they are in a crowd, right? When they are in an area where you have a lot of people, where it is busy. And finally, there were some who simply felt universally anxious, universally insecure when they're wearing their luxury watches, but that only amounted to roughly 17%. So I'm actually very much encouraged by this fact. Again, as anecdotal as it is, as misleading as these things can be when they're survey based, at least the kinds of people that Deloitte interviewed to produce this study actually still, for the large part, felt comfortable wearing their watches. They're not seemingly as affected as the average internet watch enthusiast is about this or that instance of theft, snatch and grab, snatch and run, smash and grab, whatever else that seems to be the subject material of some tabloid genre of YouTube channels. Mookie raises an interesting point, and that's very important, right? That's somehow our bias. Mookie says those people may simply feel that way without the watches, right? So maybe we are in an age where people feel increasingly nervous and insecure in public places, whether the threat is real and substantial or largely imagined is another matter altogether. But we should take into account what Mookie is saying there, that perhaps we live in a day and time where people feel more nervous, more insecure, more anxious in public spaces in the company of others. General, hey, I'm doing great, and so is my immediate family. Thank you so much. I don't know if you heard the news, but I have surpassed 1,000 subscribers recently, and the channel is now monetized. So I am doing very, very well indeed. And I'm here for another 10 minutes. So if you would like to jump on the panel and join me for a little bit, I would love that, because it's been a while since we have been together on the same panel. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It means a lot coming from you. I know you have been always very supportive of me. That being said, by the way, I don't want to say it abruptly at the end, but if you have enjoyed this conversation, if you have learned something from the earlier Sotheby's Geneva auction preview for their November 9 listings, for their November 9 lots, please hit the like button. It does make the difference. That's what gives me exposure. That's what helps me gain a new kind of audience. As always, please spread the word, send the links, consume the other kinds of content. The shorter content is easier to share. So when you're telling your friends, feel free to send one of those videos that might appeal to them. There's much more to come now that we are more settled, now that the existence of this channel is secured by having become a YouTube partner, by having become a monetized channel after reaching 1,000 subscribers. Nevertheless, everything that you contribute here at this stage is going to continue to go into the channel, is going to continue into buying new equipment so I can start filming outside, buying a better camera here, building some sort of studio at the end of the day, which ultimately will have to wait until my move. But for the filming equipment, I will be doing that very soon, so I can bring you the kinds of watch content that you can't really find elsewhere, at least not in this conversational, interactive, community-driven format. Thomas Burnett, thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity. £8.99 sterling, an untimely super chat to mark 1,000 subscribers. Congrats, and may the quality watch talk continue with you all here, with your support, with your presence. It will. Again, this is a channel that's beholden to its audience, that is completely guided by its audience, by people like you, Thomas, by people like you, Saad. I love Maldives. Mookie the professor, Big Meech, all of you who are with your questions, with your suggestions, with your contributions, leading me forward, pushing me forward, in fact. And we had a very, very good conversation today. Again, we started with the auction preview of Sotheby's Geneva for the upcoming November date. We have discussed with the professor some of the reports emerging on the watch industry, on the secondary market of watches through Deloitte, and of course, the piece that Bloomberg published that simply had the insight, which we have been repeating here, that the number of available watches are increasing both through retail and especially on the secondary market, which causes the prices to drop. And finally, thanks to I Love Maldives, we had the breaking news of the new Patek Philippe releases, of which they had highlighted the 5811, which is a Nautilus in white gold with an enlarged case. But the releases are, of course, not limited to that. They had a number of different and potentially interesting pieces there. Pardon me, some split-second perpetual calendar chronographs, and other designs that were mostly derivative of what they already had in their catalog. But nevertheless, Patek released about 8 new watches today, which I'm sure will occupy us, will take a large part of our conversation over the next coming days and weeks. So I'm approaching the end of this live stream. About 4 minutes to go. If you have any last minute questions, any concerns, any suggestions, anything else that you want me to discuss, please feel free to let me know. Please send me a question. If you do, again, want to highlight something, feel free to super chat, which is available now. There are other auctions that I will come back to. In Eichen has a couple of other things going on. The Zurich-based auction company. Sotheby's will have a few previews next month, so we will be staying on that case. Bonhams has a couple of things coming up. So we are entering slowly but surely the fall season of the auction circuit, which should be interesting because, again, a lot of the estimates now seem to have scaled back to the conservative end of the spectrum, which traditionally has been the case, which has been kind of confounded by the last couple or last few years in the auction circuit. And ultimately, I think it will be interesting to see, now that we are actually heading into the winter in Europe, how the results would be from some of these Geneva auctions. Saad, is this the Wimbledon, right? They just won to 6-3-3-3. This is the two-tone version of the so-called Wimbledon Datejust? Or is it just a two-tone Datejust period? As availability is given. Honestly, when it comes to Rolex, and unless it's a very model that you rent reasonable from an AD in in a reasonable time period, in a reasonable time span, I would always recommend going through the AD. I don't know, are you really in need of a two-tone date chest? You have your Daytona, you have all these beautiful day dates. I think if you wait, you should be able to, especially if you are just looking for any dial color, just sit tight, I would say, right? Unless you are marking a certain occasion, unless you really want to buy it. I'm guessing that a lot of these models start trending on the secondary market on the retail very soon, because they will start becoming available and fall into the case, so to speak, at the authorized dealers. Barry says, keep it up. Congratulations on monetization. I mainly annoy Watch Nicholas. I always look forward to increasing my knowledge. Thank you for being here, Barry. Watch Nicholas is my friend as well. I try not to annoy him for the most part, because I like him. But it's always great to have some of his people on this channel as well. I always appreciate you. All right, we had another marathon. I know I wanted to reach some of you, catch up with some of you who are from different parts of the world, from the UK and from beyond. If you haven't hit that like button, please do so. It helps a lot, more than you realize. Spread the word, send out the links, talk about the channel. Please, please, please share and tell all your friends. It helps me reach to the next level. We have crossed our first landmark. Soon enough, before you know it, we'll be there at 5,000 and more. And we're going to keep going after that as well. So it's great to have your support. Feel free to, again, contribute in other ways as well. But already you being there, supporting me, pushing this channel forward with your presence, with your suggestions, with your questions, that's already a great help. But if you do want to contribute in other ways, of course, it is more than welcome. So thank you again. And Saad says, very kindly, as he already does and always does, no one can replace this guy. He has immense intelligence and knowledge. You are being too kind, but I think that's a little much. I try my best. Let's put it like that. I try my best. OG, if you go back a little bit, we have gone through it later. We will come back to it for sure tomorrow. There will be a lot of Patek talk with those 8 new releases, some of which seems to be rehashing what they already had. Some others, like the split-second perpetual calendar chronos, offering something new, putting something new on the table. So we'll come back to discuss them. But we did touch base a little bit. Thanks to I Love Maldives updates, but we'll come back to it. OG Hash Hockey, thank you for bringing it up there. And Barry, goodbye. All of you who have been here since the beginning of the broadcast, love you. All of you who super chatted on this very first monetized stream, love you all. With his generous donation, I Love Maldives. It means a lot. And finally, with the very, very first super chats of this channel, St. Peter, $1.99. This goes down into the history books. Already took a screen grab of this. And I Love Maldives, 174, 99 pounds sterling. Again, much obliged. Thank you, everyone. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow at the same time. Until then, remain patient, remain calm, and take your time to increase your knowledge with me or beyond. Until then, I bid you adieu. I'll see you again at the same time tomorrow for the late show. Take care.